Joker.
This is fly nigga shit. Keep a blunt and a fucking bad bitch in the whip. Stick shift, chrome grips. Speeding down 80 toes, shorty don't trip. She think I'm fucking crazy, no baby, I'm the shit. And that's the way I'm made. Born to fucking shine, but we living in the shade. Money on my mind, it's time to get paid. Staying on my grind, saving every dime. California Kush while I'm vibing to Sublime. Chillin' with your crush, tequila and some lime. Your girl has just been stolen and it's really such a crime. And yes, I pleaded guilty and I'm about to do the time. My brand new whip, touch screen is in the center. Them niggas frown up cause the losers hate winners. They know not to fuck with me, hang around gorillas. Montclair jackets keep me warm in the winter cause we cold.
It's gonna be a cold winter, snowstorm, I'ma be cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' and falling, be cold all winter. It's gonna be a cold winter, snow ain't the only thing cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' this fall, looking raw all motherfucking winter.
I'm this shit, and I'm not just saying this because I'm probably gon' be rich. I'm probably gon' make you sick, but hating will get you lynched. And I ain't acting like I'm hard, you just acting like a bitch. If it don't sound like money, then to me it don't make sense. All we fucking do is party, we be steady getting bent. The boy is so heaven sent, how much flyer can I get? Met up with the boy Louise and I've been ballin' ever since. I'm a boss though on the low. Some people don't even know how hard that this nigga go. They get smaller while I grow. All my niggas throwing bows, and my pockets getting swole. All the girlies wanna roll, cause getting money is the goal. Stupid ass niggas, what you wanna do? If you think that you can beat me, then the joke is on you. The fucking day you cross me is the day that you will rule. I'm loved by many people, only hated by a few.
It's gonna be a cold winter, snowstorm, I'ma be cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' and falling, be cold all winter. It's gonna be a cold winter, snow ain't the only thing cold this winter. Shoe game killer, clothes game killer. Ballin' this fall, looking raw all motherfucking winter.
All right. What's going on, everybody? Shout outs to everybody in the building. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. My bad, guys. I've been off for a minute. I was absolutely under the weather yesterday, but we are back. It's Player Talk Radio, right back in effect. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Let me know you in the building. Got a lot of stuff to talk about on today's show, man. Man, I don't even know where to start, to tell you the truth. So much stuff we got to talk about on today's show. Hopefully the last show, which was a marathon show, if you guys enjoyed it, definitely hit the like button and support. Definitely last show, we did our damn thing. Coffee was here, Aunt T was here, everybody was here. And it would be a horrible show to miss if you missed it and to not support. So if you missed that show, definitely head over to it and save it, so when this show is off, you can definitely catch up on that show. A lot of inside jokes, you know what I'm saying? And shout outs to LT Man. You dig? LT Man was here at the end of that show. LT Man showed us a dope car show that was going on in Chicago. So if you're a car guy, absolutely that would be the show for you to check out. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Good to see everybody here, and it's good to be back in a little bit of better health today, so I can do today's show. These shows, y'all, definitely take a lot out of you. You know what I'm saying? Well, it definitely takes a lot out of me, definitely to produce these shows. So definitely your support is definitely appreciated and definitely duplicated and replicated to keep the show going. Okay, got a lot of stuff to talk about on today's show, so let's get straight into it. A lot of things to cover. I don't know, let's see, let's shoot from the hip for a little bit. I got you guys for, let's see, a little bit 13 minutes in. Okay, so the Diddy case, man. The Diddy case been going crazy. They've been trying to drag 50 Cent into the Diddy case, and not even. 50 Cent kind of been dragging himself into it by commenting on it, but at the same time, everything is working out, on his end when it comes to promotion and stuff like that. He has his own liquor brand that he's promoting and, things of that sort. So, he's definitely going to keep attaching himself to things that are going viral. And he's going to, it's free advertisement, when you look at it, So, but recently, his baby mama, Daphne Joy, was, if I got her name correct, I think her name is Daphne Joy. All these names, y'all, that I got to keep up with to bring you guys really, top notch, commentary and news, right? She, she was, a part of Diddy's, his heirloom, I guess. She was a part of his stable, you know what I'm saying? And she was getting broken off, in every single way possible, money wise and all kinds of stuff. And they were reading out all of her text messages and stuff like that, and their interactions and how they were like off and on and stuff. And basically it's like she had a full-fledged relationship with Diddy, and was talking about how she would do anything for him and she loved him and blah blah blah. And let me just cut this short real quick, y'all, and give y'all the game. All of these women Because y'all be falling into the BS and listening to goofball niggas here on the internet. I'm going to tell you some real shit. All of these women, if they had the chance, they would go back to Diddy. You understand what I'm saying? I don't understand why people don't understand, that justice is maybe for victims and you and I wouldn't say you and I, but well, you and I, or I guess better people in society. Maybe justice might be for you. Justice might not even be on your mind. If you really think about shit, revenge is more on people's minds than justice, to a certain degree. Whatever people deem as revenge, that's what they would deem as justice. You understand what I'm saying? People not necessarily thinking like, hey man, put this person in jail and that's a no. Most people have this radical, street justice mindset. They're not thinking, and I'm saying that to say this. The last people on earth that justice, whatever that means to them, is on the mind of is hoes. What the hell is justice to hoes? What the hell is justice to hoes? I know it sounds crazy and it's some black pill shit. We're going to get into that a little bit later, but you got to think about it. They live a different type of lifestyle. Justice to them is not justice to squares and shit like that. They're not thinking the way you're thinking or other people are thinking. If you're red pill, you thinking like I'm thinking. If you black pill, you thinking like I'm thinking, sort of, or you understand. But they're not thinking like that. They're thinking about their lifestyle. They're thinking about moving on. They're thinking about shopping and all kinds of stuff. The world is very serious to them, but to them, the world is not serious in general. You understand what I'm saying? When the world gets too hectic and crazy and heavy for men, guess where men go to go get some steam off? They visit them. So a lot of people don't understand the lifestyle, and a lot of people don't understand the roles that certain women play in the lifestyle, whether they're participating in their own demise or in something that they like. This is why people, they like lies. You know what I'm saying? They like lies. Lies are a big thing. You'll be dumb as hell if you ignore it. They love lies. Lies are a big part of life. Lies are a huge part of life. A bigger part than a lot of people like to give it credit for. Tell the truth and move truthfully in your life, and you'll realize, lies is in the word realize. You'll realize how much lies are a part of life, And it's not even external lies, Those aren't the ones that fuck people over, y'all. The biggest lies are the ones that we tell to ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? Because we actually end up believing it. That's why a lot of people will be like, yo, man, why women lie so much? It's like, well, sometimes in their mind, they don't feel like they lying. They actually believe that shit. So, who knows what? Who knows what? When you're testifying at trial and you're going in on Diddy and all of this, like, he's the fall guy, even for the women that's testifying, and the feds know that. But the thing is that, is it truly justice? It's like, okay, this person's bad, but we're gonna go ahead and put 100 on pump 10. We only need $10 of gas, but we're gonna go ahead and put 100 on pump 10 and put extras on them. And that's where people are at with it. I think that's the goofiest shit ever. I think that's the worst shit ever. And if you believe in justice, you know what I'm saying? I think that's the dumbest shit ever if you believe in justice, because that's not justice. You're just as bad as the person that you're trying to prosecute at that point. You know, lying. You don't have to lie. You don't have to lie. And honestly, that's how people give other people an out, a huge out. But because yeah, this person may be bad, but don't lie on them. Like, why would you have to lie? Why would you turn something that should have turned something good bad now because you wanted to lie? And it's like doing an investigation on somebody saying, man, this person lying, man, this person doing this, that, and the third. So why you got to break the law the same way that person did to prove that? Not justice. Most people don't believe in justice. If somebody's bad the way you say they bad, why do you have to lie on them? Something to think about. Some mental chewing gum. You did? But shout outs to everybody here. Hit the like button. Support the show. Got a great show for you guys today. Just getting into the game. You did what I'm trying to say? All right. Hold on. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button. You are now tuned in to the most underrated and overhated player in the Manosphere, or Manosphere adjacent, whatever you guys want to call it. Okay, I see nobody's in the chat. Hold on, give me 1 second while I set up the show. Now's the time to hit the like button. Give me 1 second while I set up the show. Give me 1 second. We only got 2 likes. 3 people can hit the like button. Y'all hit the like button. Let me set this up. Hold on, y'all. What just happened? Hold on, y'all. Okay. Hit the like button, y'all. Let me put this poll in the chat. Do this poll. Also, too, we're going to talk about the YouTuber, that went all the way down to Vegas and unsubscribed another YouTuber from this world. He took him and his wife out. God damn. Over what? We'll talk about that, because it seems like a lot of dudes in this space, they on that same goofball ass shit. But a lot of dudes in this space, they're cowards and they simps and they won't do shit to nobody. But I'm gonna tell you some real shit. I don't give a fuck. Even if they are cowards, simps, and won't do shit to nobody, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't give 2 shits. Wanna know why? Because I'm scared of a damn simp. I'm scared of a damn coward. I know what the hell I'm finna do, but I know what the hell somebody else is finna do also. Main person that will do some shit is a simp with a battery in his back. Main person that will do some shit is a coward with a battery in his back. You understand what I'm saying? Main person that will do half this shit is somebody with a damn battery in his back. So I'm not going to sit up there and take that as an opportunity to start making fun of goofy ass dudes that are goofy as fuck. A goofy dude will do something with the battery in his back, properly gassed up. You understand what I'm saying? Them the main ones that will do something, Not no gangster or no righteous man, The gangster and the righteous man or somebody, that got some goddamn sense. They gonna be the main ones like, hey, this ain't worth doing nothing over, or find another way or a route. You understand what I'm saying? It's the goofy that got the battery in his back that will sit up there and go do some bullshit. So I need y'all to recognize that, especially on those terms and stuff like that. So, you got a lot of goofy ass shit going on. Hold on. But he unsubbed that man in hold on. Let's pull together. I'll do another poll. But let's do this real quick. Put this up real quick. We'll start with this, okay? Y'all hit the like button. I don't know why. Y'all hit the like button. It's free. Like button is free, man. All right. So yeah, all right. So we here, yeah. Make sure you guys hit the like button and share the show. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff to go into. We're gonna talk about a lot of different things and pick up where we left off on the last show. Shout outs to Kwafi Nino, shout outs to Aunt T, shout outs to LT man. We was also talking about Elon. We also was talking about Elon Musk and some of the stuff going on with him. He seems remorseful now. So it seems like old boy had a trip and it. What's going on, New? Good to see you, bro. Welcome to the show. Good to see you, man. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Yes, sir. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu in the building, man. What you got going on today, man? I was just talking about YouTubers unsubscribing each other from out your way, Seen a couple people talk about it. And it was, it was pretty interesting when it happened. Didn't get a chance to talk about it on the last show, But like I said, you see it all the time here on the internet. Goofball dudes, arguing with each other over nothing, honestly. Even though I think those two YouTubers at the time, they were having they were copyright striking each other's channels and doing, goofy shit. What's going on, UFO? Good to see you, man. So shout outs to everybody here. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show via Cash App, via PayPal. Let a player know. Hardest working man on YouTube. Like I said, overhated and most underrated. He said doing a graveyard shift. All right, I got you, bro. Shout outs to New. Yeah, man. Please hit the like button, support the show, y'all. If you guys are working, I got you for the duration of your shift. Please hit the like button on the way in, support the show. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. But yeah, a lot of guys and people take YouTube a little way too serious. You even have audience members, getting into it in these YouTube streets and meeting up with each other and having duels and shit like that. It's just a bunch of goofy niggas, in these spaces. So y'all gotta be careful who you arguing with and who you guys are getting into it with. I know this because I'm a content creator, but at the same time, y'all gotta understand. I mean, some of y'all, even in the audience, are more closer to each other than you think. And y'all gotta take that into caution. You know what I'm saying? You might be out with your lady one day, or you might be out with your kids one day, and people don't know how to fucking act. Half the time, most people are on their troll accounts, coward niggas anyway. So you got to remember, you sitting up there arguing with Goku all night about a lifestyle probably both of y'all ain't living or some shit, and next minute now y'all up in polls on each other, and then you got to understand that somebody got the ups on you. That's what we call it, in the DMV area, in the street and stuff like that. Somebody got the ups on you. You know what I'm saying? When they know what you look like, but you don't know what they look like. Cowards. Goofy ninja shit. It's kind of fitting that it's called some ninja shit, because you understand what I'm saying. That word is recently given a lot of people credence to say the N-word. But even samurais, back in the day, when samurais fought ninjas, samurais didn't like ninjas because ninjas were farmers, right? And samurais were about honor. They wanted to look their killer in the eyes if that was going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Samurais would be like, why don't you come out and fight me straight up? Ninjas be the ones that be trying to, move behind veils and hide behind shit and stuff. So, not ninjas though, because that's taking actual honor away from ninjas and shit. You said, let me catch up on the comments real quick. We getting into it. I'm setting everything up. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show. It does take a minute to set this stuff up, y'all. All right. Doing the graveyard shift. Yeah, man, I got you, bro. Third shift tings. You said, dudes try to show out online, be the most miserable. Absolutely. You said someone mentioned it's from the Vegas sector. I never heard of it. Yeah, so I think was it the Bellagio or something? He got hit. The dude and his wife got hit up on the Vegas Strip. You dig what I'm saying? You said that's why I'm not a YouTuber. I'm a real nigga who happens to visit YouTube chats. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. You dig? And that's why I tell a lot of people too. I'm like, man, stay in the audience. There's nothing wrong with being a audience member. It's the zoo. Keep your hands in the damn safari. Stay in the audience. It's just a lot of people just, they like to run their mouth, unfortunately, also. And hey, I tell people to stay in the audience for their safety also, so, but people like to, black people like to overstep their boundaries and do all kinds of stuff and want to insert themselves in some shit that ain't got shit to do with them. So, these are the results, you know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, these are the results, Niggas want to do a bunch of dumb shit, and then when a YouTuber strikes back, oh my god, I'm just an audience member. Oh my god, I'm just a pedestrian. I didn't. It's like, nah. Samurai said, damn, not these ninjas again. The ninja said, who the fuck you calling the N-word? Right. Yeah, man. I used to read up on ninjutsu. I really wanted to do ninjutsu bad, y'all. A lot of people don't know ninjas don't have a bloody history as they are perceived, but ninjas use a lot of psychology. And just the fact that people think that they have a bloody history, they fear them. And the ninjas are like, well, fuck it. Even though it's not true, that's cool. We could operate under that, You said I never come here trying to convince people I'm something that I'm not. I shared the good and bad about my actual life. Never came here to impress anyone. Hey, same with me, man. But you know what you run into? You run into when you do that, you would think that would minimize the BS that you go through. Hell no, you still run into goofballs, you still run into somebody that believes they got something to prove. You still run into a lot of foolery. You still run into people that think you're lying, you know. I forgot what show it was. I forgot what show it was. Something crazy happened to me. And I was telling y'all the bad, and somebody was like, "You're lying." I'm like, "Nigga, this is an embarrassing situation. Why the fuck would I lie about something that I'm actually embarrassed about?" You know what I'm saying? That you're lying. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go out of my way and show you something. You know, it's like people are dumb. People are listen. Until you become a content creator or super pay attention, you won't realize the extent how dumb people are. Like, you will post something about yourself, and some goofy will try to share it in a Discord. Like, oh my god, look what I found. He tried to hide it, but nigga, I posted it. I posted it. Like, why would I like what? Oh man, he down bad and blah blah blah. Man, listen. Being a content creator is like being what black people are in America. Black people make a lot of other people feel comfortable even when they have a lot of fuck shit going on in their lives. Let me explain to y'all what I mean. You got people that are in a worse situation than you commenting on you. And it's like, oh, okay. I gotta not get tricked out of my blessings and shit like that. You know, and realize that these people are using my situation as a coping mechanism to feel better about they fucked up situation and stuff like that. You know, you got to remember there's millions of channels on YouTube. When somebody comes to you with their bullshit, and it's like, you got to remember that, oh, okay, people are using me as a scapegoat to feel better about they fucked up situation. This is how you and your wife not get unsubscribed from life on the Vegas Strip. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to Braun, Flat Power God in the building. Shout outs to the freshest in the class. Party, Marie in the building. Good to see you, bro. Good to see everybody here. I'm glad you guys are doing good. I was gonna go live yesterday, but I was under the weather, and then also too, you know what I'm saying, I had to finish up with my classes and stuff like that. So hopefully by the end of today I get my grades. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you guys for rocking with me through the ups, downs, and arounds. You dig what I'm saying? Please hit the like button, support the show. Dig what I'm saying? About to have a great show today. We're gonna get into a little bit of politics. You know how we do. And we're gonna be a little messy in these YouTube streets, man. I done seen a lot of shit going on, and we're gonna be a little bit messy, you know. Y'all can tune in on a little bit of the mess, you know. Usually I'm not messy, but today, oh Jesse, we gonna be messy. You know what I'm saying? So y'all hit the like button. Definitely support the show. I'm gonna get into the game on today's show. So getting back into it, talking about certain things and being messy. Elon, you know, Elon was he seems a little bit remorseful. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Elon seems a little bit remorseful, you know. Shout outs to Party. Party, hit me up. I know you were saying that you wanna get back into the music thing and stuff like that. I got some stuff I want to send you too, some drums and some stuff I want to send you. Don't think I forgot about you, bro. You dig? I got some sounds and stuff that I want to send you to you know, play around with, you know. So yeah, Elon, like I said, a lot of people be tripping, and I guess you see this the more older you get. I've seen this younger in my younger years. Okay, you got it. Okay, all right. All right. Give me a second. I'm gonna get through this segment of the show, and then I'm gonna see if I can send you something, and let me know if you receive it, because these files be big as hell. So I gotta turn these joints into zip files, bro, and then send them. You dig? So yeah, man, I got you, bro. I gotta turn these joints into zip files, my bro, and then and then send them shits. You dig? Because emails be acting crazy as hell when you trying to send stuff. So yeah, a lot of people, man, especially these days, be tripping. And y'all see this happen with me multiple times. And the fucked up part, because you don't win if you do, and you don't win if you don't. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm talking about. When you're smart, or you've done the calculations, or you're wise, or you've lived through certain things, and you want to tell people about it and stuff like that, and I know this by being a content creator, by being a wordsmith, and just knowing what I know, right? I'm gonna give y'all the game. You want to at least know what you're talking about, right? Because what happens is, whether you know what you're talking about or not, you're dealing with the public. You understand what I'm saying? It's not like you put up an ad on Fiverr or on some website, and you're freelancing, and you know what I'm saying, and people that that want to that want to buy your product, or come to hear what you have to say. It's not like you're talking to specific people that will be open to hear what you have to say in that particular niche or topic, right? So you're gonna have a lot of people that are naysayers, or oh, that's not true, or people that's contrarian and don't agree with you, whether they vocalize it or not, right? Just throwing this out there, right? I can't find this this thing is always falling all over the place. I probably gotta go take a look for it. My bad. I'm looking for my pop filter. But anyway, people will be like, and this is one of my flaws, and I'll talk about it, that I am a know-it-all, and I come off as a know-it-all because I know a lot, right? And when you take up the mantle of becoming a YouTuber, or somebody that's gonna talk to the public fairly, you have to know what you're talking about, because a lot of you guys don't realize that you go through this thing called I'm not even gonna get to that. Okay. Shout outs to everybody hitting me up with the messages. Hold on. You said my life has always been more good than bad, but if I shared all the good shit, niggas wouldn't believe or would hate on it. Exactly. Exactly. But you become you don't have to be a YouTuber, because I've helped out a couple of YouTubers. Even shit, yesterday I helped out a friend that's a quote unquote YouTuber, and I was telling him about being an SME, or coming off as an SME to people, a subject matter expert, because a lot of people, they get offended by that. What's going on, and1 Play 5? Good to see you, player. Good to see you, man. Shout out to the real players in the building. So yeah, you become a SME, a subject matter expert, and there's nothing wrong with being an SME, a subject matter expert. A lot of people would rather you be a quote unquote subject matter expert, because They want to know that the information that they're receiving to a certain degree, or at least some people, they want to know that it's coming from a credible source. That's why when like the lead attorney and Myron and a couple of these people that are like, hey, I'm a Fed, or hey, I'm a lawyer and stuff like that. That's what credentials, having those credentials come into play. A lot of people want to know that they're getting, expertise, even if they have to pay for it. They want to know that they're getting expertise from people. Okay, but as a YouTuber or a content creator, you don't have to be a subject matter expert, honestly. And even the platforms and people that are telling y'all to be YouTubers, or people that want to be YouTubers or believe they can be YouTubers, or social media influencers or whatever, they understand that and they get told that, like, hey, you don't have to be a subject matter expert. Just start your channel. You don't have to know what you're talking about. Just start your channel. You don't have to have a microphone. You can use your cell phone. You get all these you don't have to's, before you get into what we're talking about. This is why a lot of people were confused when I talk about equipment and stuff like that, right? And my thing is this: there's some truth to it, but then again, there's not a lot of truth to it. There's a lot of lies in it too. So either way, what I'm saying is that you go through this thing called imposter syndrome. Even if you're a doctor, right, and you're going to medical school and stuff like that, and you're like, hey, I'm practicing. No, you're a doctor. You're just a low-level doctor, and you're correct. You are practicing, right? But you know better, than to, say, hey, man, I'm an expert or whatever, But this is the thing. Certain niches don't require any of that. Certain niches, people just get in, start stealing information, just start talking and stuff like that. Then at the end of the day, niggas don't want to listen. Oh, niggas will hear you all day if you can garner an audience, but they don't listen. So let me tell y'all something. Even when you're doing something, because it's and this is true. A lot of things aren't hard. It's just new, and you have a learning curve to get over. Whether you bring experience to what you're talking about or not, you'll be surprised what will humble you and what you'll learn from. But you'll go through something called imposter syndrome. And what imposter syndrome is you gonna feel like you're an imposter. You're gonna feel like you're or you might not be an imposter, but you don't got the time to sit down and explain shit to everybody. And then at the same time, who wants to sit down and explain shit to everybody? You understand what I'm saying? Especially people that don't get it. So now you got people that ain't even doctors, don't know shit. You know more than them, judging you on how good of a doctor you are. And it's like, you're not even a doctor. You don't even know what you're talking about. And you want me to explain to you? Oh man, show me some infield footage of you picking up women. Why? So you can run off with misinformation or misquote or not know what the fuck you watching? Oh, show me footage of you trading stocks. You don't know how to trade stocks. How about you learn how to trade stocks first? You got a lot of fake hands-on people out here. Let me see it because I'm hands. No, you're not. You don't even leave the house. But you got to know this before you make mistakes in your career and what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll be trying to impress people that wasn't even going to make a move in the first place. They'll never make a move. You know how much people I've seen in this manosphere for a long fucking time? And they're so stuck. Like, they're still entertained by surface level shit. They're still talking about 50-50. And I get it if you're a content creator, because guess what? You can repeat yourself all day. You have an excuse to repeat yourself all day. It's the audience members, man. Let me catch up on the audience. Shout outs to everybody here. I appreciate you guys. Shout outs to the real ones in the building. You know what I'm saying? If you here and you a real one in the building, you know you exempt from a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? You know you exempt from a lot of stuff that I'm talking about. You know, shout outs to the real ones. But if this shit is hitting you like a ton of bricks, you know what I'm saying? You might want to, soak up this game and support the show. All right? Shout outs to everybody here. UFO said they'll try to project negative experiences on you when they can sense your aura. It's the opposite. Negative, wishful thinking. Absolutely. Party said because Negroes are magical. That's funny as hell, but it's true. You dig? New said if you're not trying to give advice or teach, then just start it. Ramble and take the jewels. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, that's what happens. Shout outs to Ghostman Kang in the building. Good to see you, brother. Shout outs to New. New said, I know for shit show, niggas don't listen to me. Oh, they heard me, but they not listening. Yeah, this happens all the time. This happens all the time. And the thing is that they want you to repeat yourself brand new. And it's like, no, if you really wanted this game, here's a link. Here's a link. If you really wanted this game, you'll go and listen to this video that you haven't seen or heard before. And we're running into this thing where like people think that just because it's something that you talked about years ago, it's not relevant. And you see, y'all, a lot of these people are the people that don't read books. Back in the day, when I was a novice rookie reader, I used to think like, hey man, this came out in the 1800s. Ain't no relevant information in here. Hey man, this came out in 95. If I read this, I'm gonna have to update the information in my head. There's no relevant information here. You think just because it's old, it ain't gold. When in fact, old is gold. You know what I'm saying? So you see a lot of people going through that same goofy thought process when it comes down to content. Oh, he said this back in 2003. It's not relevant. Actually, it might be more relevant now than it was then. You know what I'm saying? It's a goofy way of thinking of stuff. It's a goofy way of handling things. You know what I'm saying? So, a lot of people, like I said, don't know what they're talking about. And a lot of people, like I said here, they're not content creators. They're content repeaters. They just repeat content. And that's because a lot of creators are repeaters also. They got to repeat what they said, Yeah, old is tested and validated. Absolutely. You already know. You already know. And that's the thing, you got to keep in mind who you are and where you are. You know what I'm saying? Because people will try to throw you off. And I'm not going to lie, that imposter syndrome come out, man. And it's like, damn, I got to remind myself who the fuck I am. And you've heard me talk about it. And you heard a lot of people repeat me. This is why I keep telling y'all, it's very important that you've had a life before you come to social media. You know what I'm saying? And I knew this as a kid. If y'all are a millennial, some of y'all may have, the same sentiment. I knew this as a kid, but I didn't know. And how could you have known? You know what I'm saying? You're in your teenage years, going into your 20s and stuff like that. And social media is growing at a rapid rate and stuff like that. So I didn't know it would play a bigger role when I got older. And as a matter of fact, that's somewhat of a lie. because it's very underrated to go outside and move around in the real world. You know what I'm saying? It's very underrated. And y'all are seeing the effects that's been instilled in a lot of people from social media. And I'm telling y'all the straight up truth, right? If you owned a social media before you owned a social life, get help. You are cooked beyond belief. This is the best advice you could ever receive on social media. If you owned a social media before you owned a social life, get help. You are in a psyops. You are cooked. You know what I'm saying? And I've been telling y'all this for years. You were better off being programmed by TV. The niggas that was programmed by TV exhibit a little bit more common sense than people that are programmed by social media. You understand what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, an algorithm becomes your brain. Because that algorithm needs your information to be an algorithm. Y'all don't hear me though. And I'm saying this right now. If you listen, sometimes you have to own a social life that you can be conscious to throw away. You know? A millennial can sit there and be like, man, I could be on social media now. I done did the real life shit. Even though I didn't fully understand it or whatever. You know, you got a lot of them niggas on here that they don't care about throwing their life away. But if you're a young person and you had a social media before you had a social life, trust me when I tell you, you are cooked. Because you don't even know why you're using social media, you know? You're using social media to enhance your social life, but the thing is that you never had a social life. So you're in a doom role. You're in a doom role. You know, some of these people, they started using social media to get back to their social life and then just totally forgot. You know, life is fucked up that way. I was just telling a friend something that I saw the other day. And he answered back to me and told me, he was like, you know what's crazy about being babied and stuff like that and coddled? He was like, there was one day that your mother picked you up as a kid and then put you back down and then never picked you up ever again after that. And he was like, from that point on, your childhood was over. And I was like, I was like, damn. First, I was like, what do you mean? And then when he said, after that, your childhood was over. And I said, dang, I didn't even think about it that way. You know? Didn't even think about it that way. You know? And, you know, even if you look at certain human concepts like nostalgia, you know, when people are you know, reminiscing and stuff like that and going back to a time where they believe things were more simple. That was an age before social media. Shit will never go back, you know? I was telling to my friend, I was like, man, bro, sometimes I wish it was early 2000s, 2000, maybe 2007, 2006, 2008. I was like, man, it would be dope to go back. Especially knowing what I know now. Oh, man. It'll never go back. You know? And then the funny part is that, you know, if y'all catch the last show, shout outs to War Master. I was going through some old PC video games that I was playing. One of them was Half-Life, right? And I'm not even gonna lie to you. What I remembered as a kid did not hold up to my adult eyes seeing that same shit. I was like, damn. These monsters was a little bit more scarier when I was a kid than now watching it, being a seasoned gamer, played a lot of video games. Not saying that the game was bad, but you're an adult now. And a lot of people, the reason why I'm talking about this is that a lot of people still see things through the eyes of a kid. You know what I'm saying? And they never really grow older. They never really get a chance to really look back and be like, dang, we or what the hell I was looking at has came a long way. Take that as a remembrance or rejoicement now to live today, because today, granted that you get older, will be ingrained in your memory, and you're gonna reminisce on where you are at today, tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, today is the oldest and the youngest you've ever been at the same time in your life. And I've always said that. And, like I said, I want y'all to pay attention to the younger generation. They've been, a lot of these kids have been raised by their phones. What's going on, underrated? Let me know. Do you wanna chop it up today? I'll just make sure I don't really study. I'll stay up if you want to chop it up today. Today's generation, y'all, they're raised by their phones. They're raised by social media. A lot of y'all, and we were talking about it on the last show. A lot of y'all get on here and talk about Andrew Tate. Okay, Monday. Okay. At the same time, 12 p.m. For you, that'll be 12 a.m. for me. Or it'll be 11 a.m. for me. But no, a lot of dudes, they get on here and they talk about Andrew Tate and they talk about all of these guys and some of the people that are, quote unquote red pill adjacent or whatever. And it's like, I hate to say it, but some of these influencers like Kai Cenat and Aiden Ross and all these other dudes, they have more influence over your kids than you do. They have more influence over your kids than you do. I'm not gonna keep going into details. Definitely y'all hit the like button and support the show. But I gotta let y'all know, and I told y'all this before. I told niggas to go get mics and all kinds of shit, and I was definitely outcasted in the space for telling y'all the right shit. Okay, I got you, underrated. Let me put that in my calendar and set my alarm. Shout outs to underrated. Hopefully you had a really good birthday. Shout outs to the Geminis. No surprise. Party says it's like watching Tales from the Crypt and seeing seeing the strings. Yeah. Like, yeah, if you watch the Crypt Keeper, he don't even look scary anymore. But as a kid, that shit was scary as a motherfucker. Especially the intro music. So what's going on, DM? He says streamers are the new rappers and ball players. Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like the celebrities, they get to spin the block about 4, 5, 6 times, because guess what? They can come back and reintroduce themselves as streamers and shit like that, because you want to know why? They and it is fucked up to a certain degree if you don't know how to get out of that conundrum, or if you don't have the personality, or if over the years you just been a certain type of artist that don't have the personality. Like, for example, Streamers can spin the block. I mean, rappers and stuff can spin the block, right? And become artists. You know, they can spin the block and become streamers. That's what I want to say. Whereas if you have a artist that don't write their music, I mean, even still, then they can still develop a character or a personality because you're going show to show, you're doing meet and greets, you're talking to people, and you're doing a bunch of different things. You can still have a personality where you can become a streamer. Like a Boosie or Plies or Rick Ross or whatever. You can become a streamer or a podcaster, but to a certain degree, you have to have a personality because the thing is that people know you for music and stuff like that, right? And that's what the budget that the record label and stuff, that's what they were spending on you. That's what they spent on you. So a lot of people are gonna look at you and be like, hey, yeah, I like that you're streaming and I like that you're doing this, that, and the third, but when are you gonna be dropping some music? And the thing is that the music game has, we talked about this on the last show with the contracts and stuff like that. Shout outs to Kwafi Nino and Ant T. A lot of these streamers and artists and stuff like that, they were musicians. So a lot of people that are their audience, they have been trained how to listen to people. You know what I'm saying? They have been trained how to listen to Boosie. It's like, yeah, I like Boosie. Yeah, he's funny. I may listen to him for a good 10 minutes, but then after a while, I'm wondering when the music is coming. When are you gonna drop music? And that's because, I'm not gonna say they're in a conundrum, but if they want to be a streamer and not be a musician anymore, yeah, you somewhat in a conundrum because most people, or the machine that they put behind your back, most people know you for being a musician. So, and that's something that you have on your jacket as a streamer, but it's going to be like, so they're going to be looking for music and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, well, you got to make sure your contracts are right, because, Boosie, he don't get paid for performing Wipe Me Down. That's a Foxamillion song, but people don't give a damn. They're like, oh, this is Boosie, and it's like, no, that's not Boosie. That's Foxamillion. But every time Boosie shows up somewhere, they want him to perform it. And he's like, that's not my song. I don't get paid for it. When y'all stream that song, I don't get royalties for it. So also, too, you got to make sure, you have your business and everything set up correctly. It's a fucked up game. All right, give me 1 second. Let me check the audience and see what's going on. There she go. What's going on, Nicer? Nicer, can you do me a huge favor? Can you please check your email? I done emailed you about 2 times and had some issues. Shout outs to Miss V in the place to be. Shout outs to Miss V in the place to be. Good to see you. Shout outs to Nicer, DM, Miss V in the place to be. Always good to see you. Hardest working woman on YouTube. And I am the hardest working man on YouTube. So it's always a blessing when we're in the same vicinity. You dig? And One Play 5 says AI pays more. Laugh out loud. I heard one credible story from a researcher being offered $75 million to join Meta. Yeah, they're using all of our information. They use all of our information in front or behind our back. Yeah. Shout outs to Nicer. I am doing well. I am doing well. You said Kai and them still having to be, you said fall in the ranks of Kevin Hart. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the thing, party. This is the thing. The new comedians have been on the internet for a while. This is why a lot of people were getting on Desi and Kevin Hart and Dave Chappelle and like Michael Epps and all these other guys. They were getting on a lot of, like Just Hilarious and a lot of these streamers on being comedians because, and Haha Davis and a lot of people, a lot of these guys, they made way more money than these comedians ever made. But to really call themselves a comedian, they have to get on stage and learn how to work the artist as a traditional comedian. Now, some guys, they see the value in it. Some guys, they don't. Some guys is strictly to become a comedian and impress some of the legends and stuff like that, to be able to open up for them and stuff like that. And even then, they get it easier than the legends, because guess what? The legends already got to see them and can invite them on stage, and they just go straight to the top. You know? Social media is fucked up for a lot of reasons. This is why I say a lot of people are cooked. Because think about this. You could be a boxer. You know how much boxers and people that are training to whip ass, and that's all they do? They train to whip ass all day. And they train and they got to move through the ranks and win championships and belts and all kinds of shit. And then a YouTuber makes more money than them, gets to skip the line and say, hey, I want to fight the champion. And the champion done skipped over all of these people that could potentially take their belt, by the way, and go straight for the YouTuber and make a bag. Fucked up. I mean, also too though, it's boxing politics. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people, they're not under one umbrella. You know what I'm saying? Anymore. So, they're handling their business as their own productions. So, I'm just saying it's still fucked up though. The BET Awards just happened, and you saw Kai Cenat, you saw Drewski, you saw all of the social media comedians, and they're funny as hell. But, they're entertainers, they're comedians and stuff like that, and they got to keep up tradition and stuff like that. And like I said, I gave y'all the game, a long time ago. I'm like, man, if you go look at Vine, a lot of these content creators came from Vine. A lot of these people, and these are very hard to make. I got a lot of them, and I've made thousands of them. But YouTube Shorts, those content creators from Vine, they started off with 15 seconds? You got a 15-second window to get your message across and get people to laugh and stuff like that, man. That shit is not easy. That shit is not easy. It's actually easier to be a YouTube comedian than what I'm doing and what a lot of us in these spaces are doing. You know what I'm saying? So definitely please hit the like button and support the show. You got to be multifaceted, man. This shit is not for the weak. You dig? If I could focus all the time that I put in these streams and energy and stuff like that in a minute and stuff like that, man, shit. All right. Okay, you got my email? Okay, cool. All right. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. You said that AI artist will crash though. Well, there was already one, Bronze. There was already one. It was like FTN or FT something Emeka. Timberland, they're like, oh, well, Timberland signed this AI artist. And it's like, he's the first person to sign an AI artist. It's like, no, he's not. There was an AI artist out here, but it was racist, And let me tell y'all something. People that ain't black, of course they're going to be using them AI artists so they can say nigga. Hey man, he said it, I didn't. I just wrote it. I just wrote the lyrics. You dig? It's all content. All of this shit is content. Everything is totally crossed out. Everything is fucking flipped. You dig? Everything is flipped. Shout outs to Miss V. Miss V said, let's go. Yes. Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Player Talk Radio, we are in the building. You say YouTube got sued by content creators for using their content to train AI. Absolutely. They gave us a message or email not too long ago, and they were like, hey, can we use your channel and likeliness and blah blah blah? And I think this is after they got sued. And I'm like, no. Seeing as I produce a lot of original content, y'all up here demonetizing my, hell no. Y'all can start off with giving me back my monetization that I worked for. Because there's people on here that do the exact same thing, if not worse. And they're monetized and they got channels. You got people on here threatening people's lives and all kinds of shit on YouTube. And their channels are monetized. And it's like, oh, okay. And then it's like, yo, if the rules change in the future, and you're like, oh, well, what you're doing does, fall under the monetization rules. And here you go. You can get your monetization back. What the fuck am I gonna fucking do for the years that I was demonetized? I'm not gonna get compensated for that. And they running ads on my channel, so it's like, okay, well, somebody got compensated for their hard work. Not me. That shit crazy. What's going on, Gail? Good to see you. Oh my goodness. All the heavy hitters in here this morning. You did? Good morning to everybody. Gail says good morning, y'all. Shout out to Gail at night in the building. You said after they already did it. Yeah, man. They demonetized me for nothing, y'all. I get demonetized for 2 seconds of something that I didn't even do. I got demonetized for hate speech. And they give you like this, they give you like the timestamp. I went to the timestamp. I wasn't even talking. I didn't even say nothing. So I appreciate everybody that hit the like button and support the show, because these shows do take a lot out of you, man. We really do put a lot on the line just to bring you guys entertainment and news and give you guys real raw and uncut. You know what I'm saying? Not even super raw and uncut. We just chopping it up. Like, I'm not even doing nothing wrong. But human bias, I guess, And one of the worst things you can ever have bias against you is AI. Because it's veiled human bias. It's still backed up by people that have a bias and programmed by people that have a bias, So it's like, all right, if you're going to be using AI and taking people's intellectual property, then automatically their channels should be monetized. Because if AI feels that it's good for AI to use, then why ain't you monetized? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like, oh, so AI can make money off of my likeliness, but I can't? Okay. And it's original. And let me tell y'all something. I told it no, but I know they're still going to have their AI doing it. That's the crazy part. I told them no, but what technology do I have to stop that? It's like, damn, YouTube and even people from my audience can't even stop other people in these spaces from biting me. It's to the point I sound delusional when somebody straight up steals my content. And I'm like, bro, they got that for me. And it's like, well, everybody's saying it, so how do we know if you saying it? And then I'm supposed to sit here and show receipts to people that's not going to care anyway. Niggas asking motherfuckers to show receipts like they a bookkeeper or something. Like, nigga, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? You gonna log this in? What you gonna type it in? You gonna log this in? You up there showing receipts to people for them to be like, okay. That ain't gonna stop it. people play favorites. Not good for me, but good for thee. Cool. You know? And that's the world that we live in, man. Everything is backwards. It's like life tells y'all, right? Let me get y'all the game. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let me get y'all the game. It's like life tells y'all to go ride a bicycle, right? And ride it so good that you know how to do tricks. You know how to do all of this stuff. You know about counter steering. You don't need training wheels. Go ahead. Learn how to ride this bicycle, right? And then you know what life does? It pulls the rug up from under you. Put a 1 in the chat if I ain't lying. You know what life does? It tells you to, hey, go learn how to ride this bicycle. Ride it so well. And then guess what? Once you get your championships, you're at the epitome of riding this bicycle. Then they tell you to unlearn it. And you're wrong for knowing how to ride it. Unlearn it. You're wrong for knowing how to ride this bicycle. And as a matter of fact, we're going to be doing something else. So like I said, and I feel sorry, it's up to the parents too. If you've been raised and you're a kid or you're a millennial or you're a zillennial, if you've been raised by social media, because the phone is raising people. If you've been raised by social media and you had a social life, you had a social media before you had a social life, I am sorry. You are pre-cooked. You are microwaved. You are pre-cooked. And if you are conscious-minded and you've been around and you've been soaking up this game and you've been enjoying the show, please support the show, because I'm going to say something else that may jog your memory. Remember, we used to think that, and I even had to tell people about this, they're going to have test tube babies. And I'm like, yeah, that's going to be a thing in the future. You know, we got stuff called the artificial womb. We got a lot of different stuff. You know, you can damn near grow a baby on the side of a wall at this point. You know, they got designer babies. You know, you got to have a little bit of paper. You can go into the doctor's office and you can literally sit up there like The Sims and design your kid, right? Cool. You know, intellect and all that other stuff, cool, right? But I talked about this. I'm like, yeah, you know, you're going to have to look for people that don't have belly buttons if test tube babies are going to be a thing, right? They wouldn't have belly buttons because they weren't birthed, right? But even the artificial womb has you'll have an umbilical cord or whatever, so you might have a belly button, whatever. Anyway, we thought there were going to be test tube babies. With technology nowadays, who needs test tube babies? Who needs test tube babies? You don't need no damn test tube baby. And then plus, how fast technology's going, you don't need to poison people or do no kind of crazy shit. People are going to do it to themselves. People don't live long. You just wait till the generation die out. Wait till the generation of the last generation of people die out. And you know what dies before a generation of people? Their beliefs. Their beliefs. Their beliefs. Their belief will die out before they will. They just stop believing in shit. Keep that in mind. So you don't need to trick people. You don't need to. People are like, man, they trying to trick you and get all your information on it. Nigga, you put all your information on the internet. People have more of an internet life than they do a real one. And the people that are born on the internet is like the new social security. It keeps track of you. And people make money off of you instead of you making money off your own damn self. You know? Internet's way worse than social security. The internet, you can duck social security. The internet verifies that you're living and breathing. And a timestamp and all of that stuff. Most people don't think about it. Same way most people don't think about the red numbers on the back of their social security card. And it kind of falls into the hip hop thing. You know what I'm saying? Most people don't care about signing a fucked up record deal. They just want to be known. That's true. Party says their AI be listening and strike the parts it wants to steal. That's true. Y'all, please hit the like button. Support the show. Need to get some medicine. It's for your awareness. Resistance is futile. News says now they're tech tube babies. Absolutely. 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 So social media has more influence over your children than you do. And shit, it got influence over billionaires, people that make a lot of money and stuff like that. Elon Musk, anybody? People will get away from you, and then they'll post a lot of goofy shit on their page or strike up a live stream about you and get paid to talk shit about you and diss you. Then we'll get back on here and then have to do a story like some of the stories that I'm covering on today's show about that YouTuber that shot down that man and his girlfriend. And nobody cares, by the way. It's all content. The news used to sit there for years and lie to y'all about trying to be, deliver justice and be righteous and American Eagles and all this other stuff and justice and righteousness and blah, blah. Man, the news station is chasing clout nowadays. The news station, a whole station of people, they're chasing clout nowadays. They're instigating nowadays. They've been getting paid off of your demise nowadays. Shit crazy. Thank you so much, Gail. This shit crazy, man. Alright, y'all, please hit the like button. Support the show. Hold on. Let's start today's show. It's Player Talk Radio. What the hell is Crunchy Black doing, man? Shout outs to Crunchy Black, man. Hold on, y'all. I used to be clean in my expedition. Get into the game real quick. It's Player Talk Radio. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the Cash App. Let's go. It's Player Talk Radio.
You were very kind to him. I saw you together, and I think he treated you a bit like a father. And
I was disappointed
yeah,
in him, but you know, it is what it is. That happens. Things like that happen. I don't blame him for anything. That I was a little disappointed.
could you reconcile?
Very low energy President Donald Trump is weighing in yet again on his lover's quarrel with.
Now, I'm going to say this, though, with the whole Trump and Elon thing. You got to make up with somebody like Elon. This is where status and stuff like that comes into play. Because, I hate to say it, Elon is still more useful than not useful. You see what I'm saying? This is when reputation precedes, quote unquote, friendship or whatever goes on. Elon is more useful than not being useful. So, you know, it's like I said, if he comes back, like, you know, he gonna kind of, you know, be behind the 8 ball mentally. It's like, dang, you know what? I kind of did fucked up. You know, what you need me to do? You know, you know, show a little bit of, not mercy, but it's like, yeah, you know, I kind of jumped the gun a little bit. And again, this goes back to the conversation we were having earlier, where it's like, okay, you don't have time to sit there and explain everything to everybody. So a lot of the moves that you're gonna make right now, they're gonna seem like they're you know, that like you didn't think, or you're not taking certain things into consideration, or you're being reckless and stuff like that. It's because you didn't have the time, or never really had the chance, or you just didn't want to. Because sometimes you don't have to. You never really had the chance to really explain exactly what you were doing. You know what I'm saying? So when you see the whole stairwell as a visionary, and the person that is reacting to you can only see the next step, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes that shit turns into an involuntary shit test, where it's like, okay, I didn't get a chance to brief this person on what I'm doing, but now that this person is taking it to this next level and harboring shit and crashing out, okay, I see what's going on now. You know? And that's the thing nowadays. I don't know if it's called something different, but back in the day, you know what we used to call that? We used to call that a Freudian slip. You know what I'm saying? We used to call that a Freudian slip. And nowadays, the Freudian slips, they're longer. It's not even, I guess I might have to coin it and call it the intentional Freudian slip, because it's not a slip. It's like a permanent thing. It's like people be harboring stuff. It's a permanent thing when it hits social media. Okay? Let me get back to the chat real quick. Shout outs to Toya in the building. Toya, I gotta catch up with you. Good to see you. Good morning. I gotta catch up with you. I see you going ham. Rob Van Ham on the TikTok. I absolutely gotta do so. Also, hopefully you guys have downloaded that website and played around with it. I kind of played around with it and still am. It's called Flip. Okay, y'all, it's called Flip. Not the Flip that I told you guys to get back in the day, because there's another Flip that's really good, which is a DAW for your phone. Party, if you get the chance, download that DAW for your phone. Back in the day, I told you guys to download this app called Flip from Andrew Huang. It's a really good DAW and sampler. You know what I'm saying? Really dope DAW and sampler, by the way. I just got to learn how to use it. You know, just like anything else, there's a learning curve. You got to sit down and really learn how to use it. But it's a DAW called Flip. and it's another one called Koala. I told you guys to download back in the day. This one is different. This one is an actual social media website. This was going to be the website that was going to take over when TikTok, because that other website, I forgot the name of it, Red something, I think Red Note or something like that. That wasn't gonna last long. This was gonna be the one to take off, and they have a lot of stuff for sale, like TikTok, like a TikTok store. So it's very lucrative to repurpose your TikToks and some of the stuff that you do on Flip, and tag some items and stuff. You'll be surprised, people will buy. Also too, it's just another way to monetize your digital footprint. But also too, what's I about to say? It's a dope website. You get paid to watch other people's videos. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. It's like I'm scrolling on it, and maybe because it's the stuff that I chose, like stuff, because they ask you what do you like, so I guess that kind of gives them information for your timeline or whatever. But I've been putting cigar content on there because YouTube is not really friendly with the cigar content. So all of the cigar content that I really couldn't put on YouTube, that I had laying around, I just chose to put it on there, right? I literally am starting to see the same content creators over and over again. Like the same reels and stuff like that. And people are just repurposing stuff. Like if you wanted to be like one of those dudes that steal people's content and repurpose it, like how people kept popping up with the Kevin Samuels channels and stuff like that, where they take like Kevin Samuels clips and repurpose it. I ain't gonna lie, you fuck up some commas over there, if anything, if that shit catch fire. But I scrolled and I just be flipping through stuff. Obviously it's called Flip. And I've started seeing videos over and over again. So what that made me see is that it's a small pond, and we are already established content creators to a certain degree. It's just people don't know about us as much. So if we repurpose our content over there, you're definitely going to take off, it's just when, or what, so I started putting stuff over there. I got a couple hundred views and stuff like that. Not bad, not making anything yet, but we'll see, still on the first month. And yeah. But there's this thing over there though, that it's like when you scroll, they give you like some type of like pay, right? Like a couple of cents per video that you watch, right? And I think for you to start monetizing your videos, honestly, even though you can still make money over there without monetizing your videos, your videos are just the fastest way to monetize. Again, another website with your likeliness on it, right? You get to buy products and items there, and you can do reviews for them, but it looks like it's cheaper stuff. They got real stuff over there, like laptops and PlayStations and stuff you can sell. And when people click your link and buy some of those items, I guess you get a kickback from it. So it's kind of like affiliate stuff, same thing like TikTok. Only crazy thing about me is that I can't sell anything on there because I just tag random shit though, but only thing about me is that I can't really sell anything on there. I'm gonna actually have my stuff on there, my digital products that I've created, but I can't sell anything on there because they don't, you can put cigar content on there, but they don't want you to promote tobacco use. Crazy, right? When it's cigars, but people can smoke cigarettes all day, right? That's the world we live in, y'all. So The only thing I put up on there is like lighters and stuff like that. So if you're a cigar person and you find it, and it's like, okay, well, hey, look, here's a torch lighter or something in cigar accessories. So I'm experimenting with that and seeing how that works. You know what I'm saying? That shit takes a lot of time and effort and tags and hashtags and descriptions and all that other stuff. It's a lot of shit we got to go through to bring content to people, man. You know, Toya said I came in shout out came in on shout outs to Crunchy Black. What in the 3-6 Mafia is going on? Everybody's making fun of Crunchy Black's new projects and songs and stuff like that, you know. Shout outs to Nicer. My bad, hold on, y'all, before we get back into this. What's going on, Cynical? Shout outs to Cynical. Cynical One in the building. Party said it's a lot of cyberspace meets grass type situations going on. Absolutely. 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 Shout outs to Cynical One in the building. She greets everybody here. You know. You said kiss the ring. Yeah, Freudian slip. Yeah, that's what we used to call it. We used to call it a Freudian slip. And then, you know what I'm saying? And then these aren't even Freudian slips. These are on purpose slips. But then again, you know, they're treating Elon Musk as a druggie, you know? So that's crazy in and of itself that they're treating Elon Musk as a druggie. You know, to a lot of people, Elon Musk is a druggie. You know? So they're like, oh, well, Elon Musk is a druggie. So, and I ain't gonna lie, you can hide behind that also. You know, most people don't know what the hell ketamine is. And yeah, ketamine will fuck you up. You know, ketamine absolutely will fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for God's sakes. It's horse tranquilizer. It's horse tranquilizer. Then you got to get into, okay, is he snorting it? You know, is the man snorting? Is he like what is he doing? So it's a lot of, you know, they're treating him like he's a junkie. And I ain't gonna lie, man, you know, Elon Musk, you know, he did that shit on purpose. Shout outs to Grindr. Okay. Well, shout outs to Grindr in the building. I think he's going live on Instagram. I finally got a notification. You said, is it better than Koala? It's good. I mean, I would say use it with Koala. You know? But it is a learning curve. You said half the shit I made on Koala. See, I gotta learn how to use Koala. Okay. Yeah, Koala is awesome. Just that I don't use DAWs like that. You know, y'all know I'm DAWless. So, you know, but I'm not against using a DAW. You know, because it's a powerful instrument. What's going on, Andre? Good to see you, player. Shout outs to everybody here. What's going on, Raven? Shout outs to Gail at Night. You said rest in peace to the 242 lives that were lost. What happened? When did 242 lives get lost, man? Elon apologizing like a mofo. But see, Trump, a Gemini, that's on his dark twin side right now. When was Trump? Yeah, there's no coming back from that. Like I said, like he was harboring that. Oh, a 787 crashed? Oh shit, here we go, man. With these plane crashings and stuff like that, man. I know Spirit Airlines need to take the time and I wouldn't say troll, but you know what I'm saying, because I ain't gonna lie, I was wrong, y'all. I'll let y'all know when I'm wrong. I was wrong.com. I told y'all if y'all kept taking Spirit airline flights, there's a good chance you might become a Spirit. Spirit haven't crashed yet. You know, people talk about their customer service, but that's about it. You know, Spirit has not crashed yet. You dig? You said koala cold. Whatever you put in, you get out. Yeah, man, if you can on your channel, I'll definitely come by party, because I'm finding my roots back into music and stuff like that. So, you know, once you play around with the koala, I'll mess around with the OP1 and shit. Maybe we can come up with something. Maybe we can actually produce something, man. Cause I'm finding my way back into lo-fi music, and I wanted to talk to you about because you said you were switching genres, and I was switching genres also too. I was getting into Amapiano, and there's a lot of stuff that I wanted to run by you, like and it's a little bit different, you know, because Amapiano is a lot different from lo-fi, you know, like I think like their lowest BPM is like 90. It's like 90 BPM and stuff like that. And then I got some instruments and some sounds and stuff that you may be interested in, and tongue drums and stuff like that. So, you know, I definitely want to chop it up with you on that and see if we can create something, because, you know, like I said, and I've been saying it for a long time too, hip hop is on its way out. And actually, you know, I got the tools now, and I know exactly how to go about, you know, creating a new genre. So, you know, see if we can come up with something, you know. You said Spirit can't afford the... Hey, yo, you gotta chill, bro. Spirit can't afford the crash? Hey, yo. Oh, my God. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. You said Spirit can't afford the crash. Oh, my God. Lord have mercy. But yeah, man, and listen, shout outs to Aunt T. Maybe Aunt T was right. Maybe this is something else, you know? I mean, you know, maybe Elon and Trump does make up, you know? Aunt T said this seems like it's scripted, like it's part of a play. Maybe Elon and Trump makes up. So you never know. You know? What's going on, Young Jay? Shout outs to everybody here. Yeah, Elon sobered up. That's what I'm saying. Like, he probably came to his senses and realized what the hell he wrote. Or wasn't paying attention. He probably missed a memo. That happens all the time. You know, you miss a memo, you miss an email. Or somebody told you something and you didn't think about it at the time, and then it pops up later. You know, sometimes you're busy. The brain can only take but so much. That's why we created computers. You say hip hop is on its way out. Hip hop is forever. I agree. He said Spirit just came out of bankruptcy protection. Now they're trying to target affluent travelers. Good luck on that. All right. Y'all hit the like button. Support the show. Let's get back into it. It's Player Talk Radio. An hour and 50 minutes into the madness. Let's get it. Let's go.
With Elon Musk. So is DC's former power couple getting back together? Well, there are some pretty big updates here because Elon Musk is apparently looking to make up with Trump. And Trump seems to be a little more receptive this time around. So before we get to Trump and how he's weighing in on all of this,
now this is a, like I said, this is a fake friend right here. This man been plotting on you. He been waiting to say that. You know, a little fallout with somebody does not warrant you to not practice decorum. Did I say it right, Toya? Decorum. Shout out to Toya in the building. A little fallout does not warrant you to throw your decorum about the window. You know what I'm saying? You can still practice decorum. It's like, look, you know, I got some dirt on you, but if we were truly friends or really gave a damn about each other, I wouldn't even reach for that. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk and Trump. You know, just in general, right? Okay, it's good, Toya. Okay, I'm just making sure. You know, I don't want to be butchering these words up here, y'all. Shout outs to Toya. So it's like, dang. When dudes have yes, uncouth, yes, tact or desertion, right. So it's like the fact that you reach for that should let you know. You know what I'm saying? This is stuff that the FBI and people look out for when people, when they're hiring people. They're like, hey, we want to make sure that you're not a spy. We want to make sure that, you know, you're not telling our secrets and giving off information and blah, blah, blah. We want to make sure that you're trustworthy with just information. Elon ain't trustworthy, man. If this is the first thing that he reached for with Trump, then you never know. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's just two millionaires that don't trust each other. Sometimes this shit ain't got shit to do with politics or any of that. It's just two millionaires that don't trust each other. Straight up. No theory, no nothing. Just they just two niggas with some power, ego, money, and they don't trust each other. Just simple as that. You guys let me know what you think. It's Player Talk Radio. Elon, stay off the weed. Exactly. Let's go.
Let's get to Elon's semi-apology. So he posted on X this morning, I regret some of my posts about President Donald Trump last week. They went too far.
Clarity.
Now, Waz, he didn't really tell us which comments he felt went too far. I can think of one that was particularly, I don't know, explosive. But what do you think?
It's just funny. I like it's just funny. But you know, it also just speaks to the idea that, like, you know,
well, because people see how fake he is. That's another thing with some of these apologies. They got nothing to do with the person that's getting apologized to, but other people will see how fake you are. It's like, oh, here come Elon. Hey, make sure you tuck your secrets in. Elon might tell on you. Hate to say it though, those circles that those people are in, telling on a PDF file or somebody that's quote unquote wrong will get you exiled. Because while you think you're doing something good, nah, you're just Captain Obvious. And you're a hypocrite too, because you're telling that man to watch your kid, and you had your kid around that man and stuff like that, and you knew all of this prior. Why you had your kid around that man? Why did you have him endorsing your vehicles? See, y'all keep giving Trump all the power in the fucking world, because this is the thing, man. A lot of people don't like people, so they feel like they and you learn this as a kid before you humble yourself, and I guess it's Elon humbling himself or something humbling Elon, but it's like why do you feel just because people don't like nobody that you could just treat them like a piece of shit when you don't even have all the specifics? It's like, oh well, that's Donald Trump. It's nothing to go hurt his feelings. His feelings. He shouldn't be mad. His feelings shouldn't be hurt. That's Donald Trump. I should just be able to say whatever the hell I want to him, because everybody don't like Donald Trump, right? That's not the smart way to play it. Even if everybody don't like that man, like dog, you destroying yourself. People already don't like him. Why do you think that your comment was gonna make a difference? Like, you think your comment was gonna spark an investigation of some stuff people already knew? It's the same thing that goes on here in YouTube. Y'all niggas are dumb as hell listening to trolls and stuff like that about information that certain content creators put out about themselves, and you think, oh my god, I found something. Oh, something that person published. And y'all get the dog piling and stuff like that. Yeah, people remember shit like that. That's shit people remembers. That's another thing. Certain type of betrayal, yeah, you can just brush over it. Oh, he'll get over it. Nah, shit like what Elon did, people remember shit like that. That ain't no Freudian slip. You're a fraud, and you probably slipped. But you're a slippery fraud. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no Freudian slip. That's somebody that's been harboring resentment towards you and just couldn't wait to play a damn trap card. And then if you've been nothing but nice to that person and shit like that, oh man. And believe it or not, people will do stuff like that and don't feel bad about it. But then again, if they felt bad about it, they wouldn't have done it. Slippery slope. Let's get it.
People were like, oh, Trump is going to be in trouble without either. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, this guy's in charge of the federal government. He can do all kinds of things to Elon and his businesses at the snap of a finger. In fact, I think that's a big reason why a lot of these tech people got in line in the first place, is that, like, all over the Democrats and backstabbing them will not result in retaliations. Whereas if you piss off Trump, he's going to retaliate against you.
And then that's another thing. That's another thing, y'all. He was calling for the impeachment of Trump. Oh man, I want this guy impeached.
That's how we got some of the antitrust cases against these tech companies in the first place, is that Trump felt like they were overly, helpful of Democrats. And so, yeah, they made the correct calculation that you shouldn't cross Trump because they'll actually get back at you and treat you like an enemy. And I think Elon is slowly realizing, like, yeah, let me not do that, because these guys can really make my life harder than I need it to be.
I mean, on the day of this relationship basically blowing up on that Friday, Tesla stock just cratered. Like, it just really, really went down. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Elon Musk has his business interests front and center. I don't think that he's changed his mind on how he feels about the so-called big, beautiful bill. But who knows? Maybe he'll feel better about it now that Senate Republicans are thinking about getting rid of.
Like a nigga is supposed to feel good about having a damn knife in his back. That's the spirit. Have a damn knife in your back. Shout outs to Young Jay in the building. Shout outs to Raven Knight in the building. Shout outs to Toya. Shout outs to Sin, UFO Kamikaze, Nicer. Shout outs to everybody here. Party said, you said, I still don't want a fucking Tesla. Yeah, spoiled brat. Party says he low-key isolated himself at the presumable wrong time. Yeah, his timing was definitely off. And then I'm not even gonna lie, what's going on in California right now is bad. I wanted to get War Master's take on that. What are the Californians, if y'all out there in California, y'all be safe, but what are y'all thoughts on that situation? With the immigrants in California, I think that shit is crazy. And people are saying that's gonna, you got a lot of regular Americans that they're mad at the job market, but they want the immigrants here. You got a lot of Americans that's like, hey man, who gonna pick these oranges and shit, thinking that immigrants are picking oranges and shit like that, which is not true. Immigrants wasn't picking oranges and stuff, man. Them people getting to the chicken, but Americans are accustomed to some of the flaws that the government that they claim that the government has been doing. America has grown accustomed to the they've grown accustomed to the corruption, It's the I don't want to do that job, but somebody got to do it. Hey, get them. BS. So you do got a lot of people on the back end that voted Democrat that's like, hey man, he about to fuck up the country because them the people doing the jobs that we don't want to do. That not even we're not going to do. You know what I'm saying? And that the businesses won't pay or so I don't know, this immigrant thing might turn into a mess, but if you believe in the government, they may have a solution for it, because the people don't have a solution for it. You said, that press conference yesterday in LA basically admitted that they discriminate. Yeah, it's sad to see. I will say that it's sad to see. Because you had a lot of people that was real vocal, like, they're immigrants, get them up out of here, and blah blah blah, and whoop-de-whoop, and then now when y'all starting to see the effects of it, it's like, oh shit. Some of y'all neighbors are gone and shit like that. It's like, dang, who gonna cut my grass? You? Like shit, that's what you signed up for. You gonna cut your grass. Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Player Talk Radio. You said, like the immigrants ain't evolved their game plan. A lot of Democratic people talk that civil rights talk, but adopted slave master tendencies. Send they ass home. Fuck them. Hey, I agree with you. You know, or, you know, come up with something. I mean, even Republicans have their own version of outsourcing jobs and doing business. You know what I'm saying? You know, we can say what we want about the Democrats, but to a certain degree, they do business, but it's like somebody foots the bill. You know, it's on the back of somebody. It's not the type of business you should be doing. I will say that. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, it is business, you know? The only discrepancy is the negotiation part. You see what I'm saying? It's like what the Republicans are saying is like, you know, that's a horrible negotiation, you know? They try to make it seem like it's bullying when people actually took those parameters, you know? And then maybe it might be a little bit of bullying too, because if you set the stage for certain things, people might feel like they had no choice but to agree to those terms, you know? Or might not be smart enough to renegotiate once things get better. You know? So that's what a lot of people don't get, you know, when people say, hey man, I'd rather Trump in that room than the Democrats because, you know, at least he's going to negotiate some stuff. And speaking of negotiations, I heard, if you guys didn't hear, within the last 24 hours, that they've reached a agreement with China. Oh, you didn't know? Y'all hit the like button, subscribe, support the show. Oh, you didn't know? Hit the like button and support the show. Oh, you didn't know? Hit the like button and support the show. Hit the Cash App. For show. They came to a deal. And China says they're going to keep sending the minerals and all kinds of stuff. They struck a deal. So we're going to get into that. It's Player Talk.
Of the provisions that would have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, you know, the tax savings that would benefit working class Americans.
Raven said Dems are PVs, feminazi and degenerates. The asylum needs to come back. Party said it's behavior. Remember, Trump allegedly ran the bag up for them to get in there and spend all of that money. Yeah, like, and that's what I think Elon was mad at, because he was like, you're going to bankrupt the country. You know, you're forcing it, you know? You say you want to be a slave, here's a bag. Yeah. I mean, but that's how America works. Like, you know, you get like a 1,000 and you take 500 and you put it in an account, and then you take another 500, you put it in the account, you run your credit score up past 700, right? That shit's sitting there a month, you know, pay some things, pay it back before, you know, certain things can occur. Then you go get a bunch of credit cards. Then you go max it out and then go bankrupt for a couple of years and then do that shit all over again. That's America for you. You got $10 million in your account. You can keep your money in your account. You borrow against it, run it up, and get it back. That's America for you. You spend their money. That's what the Democrats do. Some say the Republicans do it better, but hey, you know, you never know. Shout outs to Party. He said, I'm down for business creation and tools to create opportunity. This is the thing though. And it'll be a lie if I said it's not true. Most people can't run a business. Most people aren't going to quit a 9 to 5 to work 24 hours. Most people, to run a business, you have to have the personality for it. You know, you have to have a certain personality to run a business or to be a business owner and stuff like that. And if you don't have the personality for it, you pay people that do. You hire people that do. So I like what you're saying is true, but you got to think that a lot of people think different from you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like a lot of people, they don't have the mindset to run a business or the tools. And then even then, you know what's even more fucked up? Like people will say, oh, you can use AI to run your business, or you can do this to run your business, or you can do that to run your business. Sometimes the tools expose that you can't run the business. Sometimes the tools is like, yes, I am definitely not about to run no damn business, AI or not. That's another deterrent, because it's like you gave somebody a toolbox and they wasn't a mechanic in the first place, so they don't know why they're using a Phillips head. They don't know why they're using a socket wrench. They don't know why certain things are on this ruler or balancer and stuff like that. They don't know. So it's like complicating all of that stuff. You know, like if you guys ever learned trading and stuff like that, and you start seeing the RSI, and you start seeing all those different stuff on the screen and stuff like that, and you're like, man, I can't get into trading. I gotta, this all this shit going on. I gotta learn this and the jargon. I don't know why I'm, you know, it's a learning curve. You know, I'm learning about cybersecurity. It's a learning curve. You know, you got to learn about NIST. You got to learn about CIA triads. You got to learn about SIEM. You got to learn about, you know what I'm saying? All of these different things. You got to learn all of these words, you know, domains and hubs and Git and Python and Linux and all this other stuff. It's like learning a completely different language. Is it attainable? Yes. If you feel like you want to do it, you know what I'm saying? So everybody can't be a business owner, because who's going to be the consumers? You know,
that's on the chopping block. So maybe the debt that, you know, this bill would contribute to wouldn't be as extreme. So maybe he'll change his mind. I don't know. I doubt it though. But just to remind you all of what he accused Donald Trump of, he said, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. In light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contracts, SpaceX will be decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately. And then finally, we highlighted this because this is probably what he's thinking about when he says, maybe I went too far.
Yeah, he went too far. He woke up one morning and he was in the hole like, God damn, what happened last night? Last night was mad trill. I'm fresh out of Advil. Jesus grabbed the wheel.
It's where he basically indirectly accused Donald Trump of being a pedophile by being in the Epstein files. So, look, if he is talking about that particular post, which he has since deleted, it kind of shows how deeply pathetic he is. So on Friday, he wrote the following on X. I will apologize.
Ain't that fucked up? So and look at this, y'all. You're their friend when you're talking shit about Trump. Ha ha, he. Then when you apologize, you're pathetic. These are the people you trying to serve? As soon as you do some man shit, it's like, you know what, I kind of fucked up. You're pathetic. Oh.
Profusely as soon as there is a full dump of the Epstein files. They call them dumps, big dumps. Okay, there isn't going to be a dump of the Epstein files. And so he deleted that later. He deleted the original Epstein.
Nah, this nigga acted like he bombed America. Here comes the big bomb. Then said some shit we already know. Trump is on them Epstein files. That's why it don't come out.
Trump tweet or post. And then, he's going to be a good boy. And do what Trump wants him to do. He's going to shut his mouth about the big, beautiful bill because he doesn't want his businesses to be harmed by decisions that Trump makes in retaliation to what Musk has said about him.
Yeah, and we know for a fact that his issues weren't
Well, you thought you had a bazooka.
Big beautiful bill. He started going against the bill because certain stuff like the NASA guy that he wanted to install, the little puppet he wanted installed at NASA got rejected. And he was having problems with the entire cabinet because Elon Musk is deeply weird and antisocial and nobody ever likes the guy. And so he was just doing something to retaliate. This wasn't this guy's such a huge believer in, not giving the rich a bunch of mega ridiculous tax cuts. It was just his own personal grievances. And so the idea that he's not gonna diss the big, beautiful bill anymore, he never gave a damn in the first place.
Yeah, that I do think it was more about, his government grants and contracts and his preferred people getting top spots in government agencies, definitely. Now, let's get to Donald Trump because I am curious, is Trump open to making up with him?
He said he lost $34 billion in net worth. God damn, that's a lot to lose. Dang. I ain't gonna lie, that's some shit that'll have you yelling at your accountant all day. I lost what? Oh, hell no. Apologize to that nigga. ASAP. Rocky, expeditiously. Tesla lost $150 billion. God damn. If you bought a Tesla, you are sheep and stupid. Uh-oh. I absolutely love the backlash. I find it hilarious. Idiots trying to get rid of their Teslas. No, they better keep them damn Teslas. Them shit's gonna be a fucking... They're gonna be a fucking collector's item. People dumb as hell. Should have bought two anyway. Put one in the garage and drive one. Them shit's finna be a collector's item. What's going on, D Chicago? You said I'm buying a Tesla next. Laugh out loud. I love electric cars. That shit crazy, man. Elon done shot himself in the foot. Let's get it. Now you gotta get the bulletproof one, Raven.
So as we discussed earlier this week, Musk had an interesting reaction to a clip of JD Vance saying that Musk could get back into Trump's good graces. Here's the clip of Vance saying that.
Hopefully Elon figures it out, comes back into the fold. I know the president, for a couple days, I'll tell you, just, I don't want to reveal too many confidences, but he was getting a little frustrated, feeling like some of the criticisms were unfair coming from Elon. But I think has been very restrained because the president doesn't think that he needs to be in a blood feud with Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. And I actually think if Elon chilled out a little bit, everything would be fine.
So to that statement from JD Vance, Musk wrote simply, cool. Okay. So now what? Well, during an appearance on Pod Force One, sorry. Pod Save America, Pod doesn't need to be in the title of your podcast. But anyway, it's okay, whatever. During a conversation on that new podcast, he opened up about, his fractured relationship with Musk. Let's take a look at that.
Is there anything that you can do to forgive him? Could you see that happening?
Well, I have no hard feelings. You know, I was really surprised that happened. He went after a bill that's phenomenal. It's the best thing we've ever signed in this country, and that's phase one. Phase two, phase three. All of a sudden, is it all comes together. It's coming together so well. And when he did that, I was not a happy camper. So it's too bad.
You said he had problems. What kind of problems? I mean, is it the drugs?
I don't know what his problem is, really. I don't know. I haven't thought too much about it. Yeah.
See, they trying to make Elon seem like he a cluck. Get off the drugs, Elon. Why would you have somebody on drugs running your country like all these other people ain't on drugs? Look, she's smiling and shit. Is it the drugs? And then smiling and shit. Like she ain't snort no powder when she woke up. Is it the drugs?
In the last little while, but the bill is so good. When he went after the bill, this bill is going to turn around this country so fast your head will spin. I think the bill is great, and
he just didn't
I think he
get that.
feels very badly that he said that, actually.
And maybe it was something else. I mean, he had the fight with Scott Besson outside your office.
Yeah, well, they had not a fist fight.
And if you guys remember, he had a black eye. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. If I made you laugh, you owe me a like. Support the show or you will get a black eye.
You know, people, but I guess they had a little bit of a shouting match.
We about to have fun on today's show, y'all.
Sick puppy. He likes to say that a lot too. Okay, so let's finally get to
Wake up.
his final decision. His feelings about Elon Musk now that he's kind of semi-apologized. Let's watch.
It is what it is that happens. Things like that happen. I don't blame him for anything. That I was a little disappointed.
Could you reconcile?
Say it?
Could you reconcile with him? Do you think? Could you forgive him?
I guess I could, but we have to straighten out the country.
Do we have to straighten out the country? You're causing total chaos.
Look at this fool. Trump answered that question right. It's like, bro, we got bigger shit to worry about than my personal relationship with this man. Man, I got a country to run. I don't got time to sit there and worried about you being in your feelings. That's why you have a black eye. You know, when you run in a country, you get a chance to say that about people. You have a black eye. Why are you worried about me? Like people be wanting, like, dog, that shit is annoying and shit like that. People be wanting their feelings to come before every single thing you got going on. Knowing damn well they ain't gonna respect you if you do that. Oh, let me stop what I'm doing and put your feelings at the forefront of everything as if everybody cares. To show that I care or to show that like bro, like cut that shit out. Cut that shit out. Let me fuck over a whole bunch of people in the world because you want attention for some shit that you do. Fellas, be careful when you get married. Ladies, be careful when you get married. People, be careful when you get married because you know what? I'm gonna give y'all the game. You know what people do? And it's the worst gaslighting ever, right? Your wife or husband or spouse will do something to make you mad. Right? And put you in position to make you mad. Knowing that would make you mad, right? And then you know what they will do? They will gaslight you and become mad because you're mad at some shit you should have gotten mad about. And guess what? When you're mad, you don't got time to figure that shit out. But you know they know what they're doing. It's like, you're trying to gaslight me. Which is even worse. Play forget games and gaslight me. Make me question my reality. That shit is power. Oh, I'm mad because you're mad at some shit you should be mad at. And see, y'all, this is how you end up with a black eye. This is how you end up with a black eye. Trump a fool. This is exactly how you end up with a black eye. Oh man, I hope I look. Y'all probably laughing at work. Listen, this is how you end up with a black eye. I'm mad because you're mad. If you don't grow the fuck up. And listen, get out some shit like that. By the way, don't you know? That's not how you. That's not living life, man. That's not living life at all. Get out of some shit like that. Get your ass out of some shit like that. Life is too short to be getting gaslighted like that, man. But no, Trump gave the right. You know, he gave the right, response. Man, I got a country to run. That nigga playing around. Sitting up there talking about some goddamn Epstein list. So niggas be on a whole tangent and their environment is telling them, hey man, slow down. You know, you show up to the White House with a black eye. You crashing out. That nigga was on a ketamine binge. I know what the fuck that is. That nigga was on a ketamine month, a week. That nigga was off the rails. He probably didn't feel his black eye. He probably like, you know what? Might as well keep going. You know, the world ain't gonna see the way you gonna see the world, Elon. You know, I shared a clip. Honestly, I shared a clip of Elon the other day, talking about education. You know, education, y'all, and being smart in today's world is a gift and a curse. You know what I'm saying? Because if you are 2 years, because I know this firsthand. If you are 2 years ahead of people in thinking, you will have a black eye. If you are 2 years ahead of people, they can't see that far into the future. So maybe Elon is probably right. I don't know, but he had a black eye. You said we must stay focused, people. Right, we must stay focused. Typically, billionaires like that are into some weird fetishes. Fight clubs, believe it or not. Yeah, that is true. That is true.
The country as we speak. How hilarious is that? Look, whatever. I'm sure that they'll bury the hatchet. Which sucks because their feud was super entertaining and it kind of gave me something fun to focus on amid all of the terrible stories that we have to cover on a daily basis. But nonetheless, it looks like they're on a path to recovery, Waz. I'm sure they're great friends.
And Trump is actually smart enough to be like, look, I don't need to carry a blood feud with this dude.
Oh man, shout outs to everybody in the clouds hitting the subscribe button. We just got 5 new subscribers. Thank you, y'all. I appreciate you guys for hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Definitely don't forget to support the show via Cash App or PayPal. You can hit the Cash App or the PayPal. That's PTV888. That's $ PTV888. That's $PTV888. Or you can support the show, and instead of giving that cut to YouTube, a cut goes to the homeless and, you know, the less fortunate. You can support through my coffee store via PayPal. You can support through the coffee store and definitely help out, you know, definitely keep the show going and help the less fortunate. All right. So shout outs to everybody here. Thank you guys for hitting the subscribe button. Let's keep it going. Okay, we are on our road to 5K. All right, let's get the ball rolling. It's Player Talk Radio, most underrated but overhated, hardest working man on YouTube. Getting you through your work day is Player Talk Radio. We got some more stuff to cover. Y'all stay tuned. Let's go.
Forever. He might one day be useful again. It's just that he's on the outs because his usefulness has expired. The expiration date is over. That's why they pushed him to the side. Like, so it's like, yeah, I don't need to be in open warfare with you. You're done. We don't need you around here anymore. And I can just move on. And maybe in the future I could tap your pockets again and use and abuse you once.
Well, glad that you said that, but I don't think Elon is done, y'all. And I don't think that a guy like Elon can never be done. Pause. God damn, that sounded crazy. A guy like Elon can't be done. You know what I'm saying? His status can limit, his status can absolutely limit, if you're gonna use him a lot. But a guy like Elon, he can't be done. That's blasphemy. Guy like Elon can't be done. Hold on, let me do this. Elon is worth more on your side than not on your side. Again, like I said, guys like Elon, you don't want to have too much beef with them. You want to actually control them or keep them at arm's bay or at arm's reach. Because the thing is that, and I'm not going to lie, I can't get mad at Elon about this. I don't know why other people are, but at least he's showing some humility that, hey, I'm somewhat sorry. You know what I'm saying? It's niggas that don't show the humility. It's niggas that go off and say, fuck you. And I'm not sorry. Even though I was wrong, I'm still not sorry. It's dudes like that you got to watch out for. Because you want to know why? You don't want a radicalized nigga like that got money like that. You want to keep that nigga in eyes sight, in eyes view. I hate to say it. But somebody like Elon could easily turn into a damn supervillain. That nigga will turn into Batman overnight. Iron Man or some shit. You want to stop that. Somebody that can create an invention, no matter how much tariffs you put on it, they're going to be able to control how people think or your people think in general. They can control. Elon can he can make a cell phone, which I heard he was. I don't know what happened, but he can make a cell phone and control people's functions with that device. If the Tesla cell phone drops right now, people are going to buy it. Like, for example, I heard a lot of stuff is going out. China has this company called Huawei or something. I keep forgetting where I've seen it, but I see it all the time. They're replacing a lot of stuff, I actually wanted to go to China earlier this year to teach, right? To teach a little bit of, English, because they pay the teachers better in China, right? And I'm like, shit, that might be a great idea. Till I learned that you got to use proxies and what you call it, IP address. You got to use VPNs and stuff like that to hide what you're doing, because China has a alternative for everything that America has. Everything is off grid in China. You dig what I'm saying? So I don't know with this new friendship, because Trump said that him and China came to an agreement. You never know, you know. But China doesn't trust America. China doesn't trust the West. And there's an alternative for everything that we have here in America in China. China is its own world, y'all. Okay? China is its own world. Precious minerals, okay? What's going on, War Master? Shout outs to War Master in the building. I was just telling them about the stuff we was talking about at the end of the last show. If you guys, you know, haven't gone and checked it out, you know, we was chopping up some good game on the last show. So y'all got to go deep into the show. I would tell y'all to watch the whole show. Shit, you're at work anyway. You know, watch the whole show. These shows, you know, I'm entertaining for hours, y'all. So these shows, you know, you can just, you know, instead of scrolling around and see who's beefing with who, because it's the same three niggas on YouTube beefing with each other. If y'all haven't noticed, you know, I don't, you know, but for some reason, hey, that's entertaining to y'all. Cool, you know. But I be hosting a masterclass every time I go live, you know. So I appreciate everybody that hit the like button and support the show, because you know how we give it up. It's Player Talk Radio. The game's to be sold, not told. But I'm gonna tell you that old is gold. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, Huawei, whatever, however you say it. How you say it, War Master? Huawei, Huawei. You said it's pronounced Huawei. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's banned from 5G in the West. Yeah, I've seen it out here all the time. They got posters and billboards for it and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll be like, Huawei. Shout outs to War Master in the building. You said no. We know we not some young ass consumers like y'all. What do you mean, Raven? And see, look, a lot of people underestimate people just rebelling for no reason. Bad enough, see, let me tell y'all something, man, when it comes to the train of thought. Bad enough people will just rebel, you know, because people just rebel just to have just for an identity, you know. Sometimes rebellion ain't even personal, it's just business, you know what I'm saying? Some people just, they just want to say fuck you, because why? Fuck you, you know? You know, some people just rebel just cause. Right? They don't need a reason. So the last thing you need to do is to be beefing with some billionaire. That can get a lot of people to just say fuck you, just say fuck you. You know? Now I know you guys here, and you guys you know, stated your grievances and stuff like that, but I've seen it the other way around, y'all. You know, that's why I spend a lot of time here with you guys in our space. I wouldn't even just say my space, in our space that we've created, y'all. You know? Shout outs to my wrench holders here. Make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show, because you guys have a huge responsibility as well as I do. You guys tell me why you don't agree with Musk. You guys tell me why you disagree with some of the stuff that he got going on and blah, 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 right? But you got people that don't know. They just, man, I just don't like Tesla. Why? Because I don't like Tesla. No reasons why. They don't like, they don't dislike electric cars. None of that shit. They just don't like Elon. Niggas didn't even know South Africans exist until Tyler created a song. That's a somewhat piano joke. All right, niggas didn't know Tyler exists until South Africans exist until Tyler created something. You know. So people have their reasons as to why they rebel, or they just want to be somebody that's on the internet. That, you know, starting off as a rebellious person, hey, that's a route, you know, and people will fuck with them even though they don't know why, you know. Party said life is simple. Life is simpler that way. Yeah, it's like why you say fuck it? Cause fuck it, you know. Y'all be safe this summer. You got those type of people walking around. Why you shoot that man? It's hot outside. It's just fuck it. All right, Your Honor, fuck it. Shit. Oh yeah, the head be empty. Look, you got people, I get it, smart people and dumb people got ChatGPT thinking for them. So guess what? You just become an NPC by default. NPC by default. You said we're not gonna buy shit because it's new. No, you're not gonna buy shit, Raven, because you and a lot of the guys that are really into tech like that know better not to buy shit because it's just because it's new. You know that. But see, you gotta take into account though that that's an electric car. Oh, well, I was about to say something fucked up, but I am gonna continue to say it. Y'all hit the like button. I'm gonna get thrown under the bus for this, probably in the future. It's an electric car, so we're not looking at it as it's a vehicle, even though it's a vehicle. Niggas are looking at it like, man, that car is a big ass electronic, which it really is. It really is. It's a big ass battery. You know, and shit. I'm not even gonna lie. That's what saved the car industry. You know, I've owned Fords, y'all. You know, to a certain degree, and Lincolns and shit like that. You know, the electronic on a lot of these cars, them shits go out. But at least the gas part works. So at least when your electronics and shit go out, you can make it to work. You know, I don't know too much about the cars. You know, shout outs to War Master. When I was telling y'all about the BYDs and stuff like that, War Master automatically knew and saw other BYDs blowing the fuck up. The only EV, and y'all gave me shit for this too, the only EV I would tell y'all to go get is a one wheel. Go get your ass a one wheel. Or you can get an EUC. You can go get you a electronic unicycle. You know? But y'all have told me that, you know, those things are death traps. And they kind of are. I was looking at this video. Well, no, I didn't look at the video. I saw the title. Scott Mendenhall. Shout outs to him. He came out with a video yesterday saying, is a one wheel one of the hardest EVs to learn? And it's like, no, it's not. But you definitely don't want to take a fall, you know. War Master got on my ass about the one wheel. Raven, he got on my ass about the one wheel. But that's the only EV I would, you know, and it's called a PEV. That's what it's called, y'all. And most people are doing it. It's called a PEV, a personal electronic vehicle. Now, I don't know if I saved this video, but I have this video that I found. And it was this lady, and it looked like a car, and it had two people in it. She was driving around with her son. I don't know if it's legal or not, right? But shout outs to Kwafi. Kwafi was telling me about and they do it, you know, in cities like San Francisco and in DC and other places, but I don't know. I haven't seen it in the DMV area, but then again, I've been away for a little bit, right? But he was telling me that they you know, you got these vehicles that drive themselves, and you know, you got, you know, drones and stuff that deliver, you know, packages and stuff like that, right? In San Francisco, right? So, like I said, their thing is to not get intercepted, obviously, and probably might be a federal crime if you do start intercepting those things, right? Whatever. I looked at a little bit of the bees. I was sick a little bit yesterday, but I stayed in bed and was looking at some stuff, you know, because I'm like, hey, let me brush up on some of these topics. So when I get to work for you guys and do another show, you know, I'll be on point with, you know, with what's being said, you know. So I was looking at the BET Awards, and Kevin Hart out of nowhere showed that there's a whole fleet of SUVs that drive themselves, you know? Interesting. Makes a lot of sense. I saw this one lady, it was a sister. She was on her phone and not even paying attention to the road. Then again, I'm not surprised. I didn't know Kia has a technology. People was asking her what type of car she was driving. She was like a K5. And the car was driving itself, just like one of the features on these new Teslas, right? So what I'm saying is that, you know, in these cities, they try this stuff out. So I saw this lady that had this scooter. It was technically a scooter, but it had a license plate on it, and she was driving it on the sidewalk, and she was driving it on the street. And she was saying that it's a new thing that's out, and you can ride it on the bike lane and stuff while you're in the road, and then you can drive it on the sidewalk. And it had like a trunk, it had like 2 seats and stuff like that. It was basically a car. I think it's like one step away from a smart car. And it was like, damn, you know. One of my managers, one of my bosses at one of my jobs back in the day, he drove a smart car, you know. You said internet on wheels, basically. Party says those city scooters. Yeah, they got those too. And those are electric also. And they've been running tests with those, Party, because those city scooters, they got GPSs in them and stuff like that. They got people that they pay, right, to go retrieve those scooters. Them scooters y'all be doing them scooters dirty. Like, them scooters be getting thrown in the damn river. Niggas be having to go retrieve scooters that got thrown in the river and all kinds of stuff. And they give you the equipment to take all of those scooters, and you sit there and you sit there in your garage or in your house, and you charge those scooters up and then put them back out, you know. So random people, instead of paying people to go get those scooters and stuff like that, they're hiring random people to go retrieve those scooters wherever they are, go charge them and put them back out on the street. You know, so America been outsourcing work. You know, America been outsourcing work, because guess what? Those are public scooters, man. You got to clean them shits off. Not everybody cleans them when they use them, or where you retrieve them from, you know? But everything is GPSed and stuff like that. And Kevin Hart was making a joke like, oh, I'm gonna, that he has a fleet of those, of those drivable vehicles, because, he don't want y'all bribing the driver. He was like, no after parties. He was like alluding to like the Diddy parties and stuff like that. And he's like, hey, I got, this fleet of cars because I don't want y'all bribing the drivers and stuff like that. You know. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Also, we got an Xbox fund coming up this weekend. I found the Xbox Series S for $300. So we're gonna try to put that together, and I'm gonna go grab it. You know, it's in my backyard. So I found the Xbox for $300. I'm like, oh, hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? So definitely saving up to get the Xbox Series S. And we're gonna be back on our game on Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to Party. Party said that's all a motherfucker gonna be able to afford in the future. Hey man, look, it's alternatives, man. Warmaster says all new cars connect to the yeah, that's exactly what happened. All new cars connect to the internet. Most of the electronics are locked out from the consumer. Yes, your car is spying on you and they sell your information. Absolutely. That happened with OnStar, and then also too, your car has an IP address. Your car has an IP address. Oh, yes. So they know it's you, you know. Your car absolutely has an IP address. Learning all of this stuff. Cybersecurity, y'all. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button. Warmaster said, I just ride my e-bike, unlike someone who rides a death trap with one wheel. One wheels are very safe, but I can't really prove it to you with all the videos that they have out in the world. So it's like y'all aren't gonna believe me anyway. Ghostman Kang said EVs will put an end to high-speed chases. Yeah, on the road, you know. But they got Segways, y'all, that can, you know, probably catch an EV. They got Segways that could probably catch an EV. Foot pursuit chases are gonna pick up though. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, they can shut. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, they can shut them down remotely. Right. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So now you got to jailbreak the Bentley to get away from the, you know what I'm saying? To get away from the Jakes, man. You got to jailbreak the Bentley, y'all.
It's more.
He is an expert on that, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I can, Warmaster. With safety and precaution, I fly off my one wheel maybe once a year.
Really
also, it bears mentioning that like JD Vance used to be a Trump skepticist, called him a Nazi, all kinds of crazy stuff back in 2015 or 16 or whatever it was. Like, he's got a bunch of people who are Trump converts. So the idea that you've once been anti-Trump is not an impediment to being down with Trump in the future. He's actually shown that over and over, that like he can get over stuff pretty easily.
Yeah.
And so once you kiss the ring, you're back.
He just wants that ring kissed. You're totally right about that.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his swings.
Oh my God. Nah, man. Trump wants his ass kissed. Trump wants his ass kissed. You did? Kiss ass. You said word, cause they remotely make that phone battery weaker as time goes. Yeah, as soon as that new warranty comes out, hell yeah. You said I saw a Segway being attacked by two dudes. It fought back and lost. Wait, what? What? Imagine somebody doing a punch by on a Segway. Yeah, a lot of people stopped watching the Turks. I kind of jab at them a little bit because now all of a sudden they're you know, they flip flop when it comes to politics. You know, even a Democrat. You know, even a Democrat. A lot of Democrats stopped watching them. And if y'all pay attention to politics, which y'all have been, you know, shout outs to everybody here on Player Talk Radio. This is like preaching to the choir, but it's true. Look at how the Democrats are talking about Trump. They're fascinated with him. They're like, okay, even though we claim not to like him and Republicans and stuff like that, we at least understand that he's going to do what he's going to do and nothing's going to stop him from doing what he's going to do. And it's to the point right now that you got some Democrats now sounding more enthusiastic than a lot of the Republicans that started off as Trump fans. Like, it's so weird. And you know, I'm gonna just say this because you see it every so often, every other term with certain presidents and stuff like that. Because first term and second terms, people's thoughts. I tend to forget that people are they don't really stand on their beliefs anymore. And honestly, even I gotta remember, all of us gotta remember to a certain degree, because we're thinking men here, y'all. We gotta remember that people change. They change like a fart in the wind. You know what I'm saying? People change. So, one term, hey, I like Trump. Then the next term, we need to get him up out of here, shorty. I be forgetting people change. Politics isn't really like football teams. I wish people did treat politics sort of like football teams. Maybe they stay consistent. But a lot of people aren't consistent. Or whatever 7th Streeter said. They're not consistent. War Master said, I can't stand goofy leftists anymore. Yeah, they switch up. They switch up. Hell, even Candace Owens switched up. Even Candace Owens, Candan. But she switched up too in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people switch up. I was looking at this thing recently, y'all, with Killer Mike. I think he was debating somebody, and it kind of got coonish a little bit, and I like Killer Mike, but it kind of got coonish a little bit, with him asking for reparations. They like, a lot of y'all need to start being original, man. Stop biting off of Tariq Nasheed, because it shows. It's like you wasn't talking like that before, and then overnight you talking like that some more. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if people didn't know where you got your talking points from, you could probably fool a couple people, but come on now. You said taser drones will end most foot pursuits. Yeah, they got to be definitely on point when they shoot those tasers and stuff like that. And shit, hopefully they don't have strings attached to them, because a nigga will pull the shit out of that drone out of the sky. Or maybe a drone might be able to pick niggas up at that point. I don't know. Yeah, the Turks are straight up flip-floppers, not to be trusted at all. He said, I still tune in and watch Kasparian. Young gaslighters, that's all they are. War Master said, can't stand goofy leftists anymore. Raven said, War Master, that's what happens when the left decenters men. There's an actual podcast out there now called Decentering Men that I want to go over with y'all one day, because it's actually interesting. I just need to do more research before I pull it up. You said the left attacked America's greatest champion. They did the same to Reagan, both Bushes. Now it's time. Now this time it's Trump. Yeah, but they've been going after him for years. So, a lot of people, they changed their mind this term, including the Turks, All these people was telling y'all slavery was coming back and all this other shit, those fake hoteps. Go look at Lord Jamar right now. Lord Jamar over there loving on Vlad. Lord Jamar can't get enough of DJ Vlad. We're going to get into that. That's one of the topics we're going to cover today. You did? He said that's probably why they dragged his presidency out. Trump been a cash cow for those media types. They don't have nothing of substance to really speak on. Yeah, Trump been a pay pig for a lot of those dudes. Yeah. What's going on, Chris G? Good to see you, bro. Chris G in the place to be. Joe Biden time, they always went back to Trump. Yeah. They were advertising for the man the whole time, the whole presidency. These are the people that told you that Joe Biden was a genius. Joe Biden couldn't do nothing wrong, Raven said the left sticking to the same playbook. The sisters and their loud ass mouths still playing the role as plantation keepers. They put up with a gay white chick to speak for them. Man, have y'all been seeing what's going on with T.S. Madison? She threatened that one girl, and then now she on this other show with Nene Leakes. Let me show. I got so much shit to show y'all, man. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Man, I told y'all this was gonna happen. She had Nene Leakes. She had Nene Leakes confused. You know what I'm saying? She had Nene Leakes confused. She was gaslighting the shit out of black women. She got a excuse for everything. Give me 1 second, y'all. Nene Leakes was like, because you know Nene Leakes is in her 50s and shit like that, so she come from an era where it's like, she was telling her, yeah, he was telling her, yeah, my bad, I'm tripping, or she, I don't know. T.S. Madison look like he be whipping ass, so I'm a tone this shit down because I really don't have no problems. But Nene Leakes was telling T.S. Madison, she was like, oh, I wouldn't date no man that would date basically you. And T.S. Madison was like, what do you mean? What do you mean you wouldn't date no man that? Well, she knew what Nene Leakes meant. But let me show y'all how she outsmarted her. She was like, well, I date straight men. That shit was crazy. She didn't know what to say. Just as crazy as people that are gay won't date somebody that's gay. Ain't that fucked up? Gay people don't even want to date gay people. Can't make this shit up, people. I told y'all this was coming. Hook, line, and motherfucking sinker, man. Y'all thought I was lying. No, that was to the other girl. You saw that one, right, Party? That was to the other girl. I said what I said. Nah, she didn't want that smoke, man. She did not want that smoke. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me go look for it real quick. Please hit the like button. Support the show, y'all. Let's go.
You'll write a book about it and you'll let us know.
Give me 1 second.
Not to be outdone, Musk posted in response to that, quote, without me, Trump would have lost the election, Dems would control the House, and Republicans in the Senate would be 51-49. Such ingratitude, he added. As the White House was scrambling to react to all of this as it was playing out in real time today, with aides now forced to attack the person they have been defending for months in front of the cameras. Look at this. You can still see the imprint of Musk on the White House, that red Tesla that the president bought from him. Our Jay McMichael shot this. It was still sitting right outside the West Wing, parked on West Exec.
He's a great patriot. And he's also done an incredible job with Tesla. And I mean, nobody else has a car company started up in the last 30 years that's been successful. I don't think so. I love Tesla.
Tesla.
It's not clear if he's...
Oh my God. Tesla. I ain't gonna lie, even Breakfast Club is reporting how Elon Musk apologized to Trump. This is the thing though. Elon did apologize fast. So he probably knew that he showed his ass. That's the thing though. Elon did apologize fast. So he probably realized how much he showed his ass. crazy.
Still feels the same way tonight. Today, the president declared that Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy. Then came the threat that could really hurt. The president said the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. Tesla's stock price took a massive hit after that, $150 billion in market.
Yeah, Trump got a lot of power over him. Oof. Elon.
Market value when Elon Musk wrote this. This was really kind of the end of that. He said, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not made public. Have a nice day, DJT. Now, I should note tonight, there's no evidence when it comes to what this looks like in terms of the Epstein files beyond that. The White House says his bomb is an unfortunate episode. And several people familiar with what was happening behind the scenes described the Epstein tweet to me as the tipping point, though, in this relationship, now fearing that there is no going back. We have a full house of deeply sourced insiders to start us off on what is a remarkable day at the White House. CNN's Donie O'Sullivan and Brian Stelter, and also Politico's Dasha Burns and the Associated Press's Sungmin Kim. Dasha, I mean, I just want to know what you're hearing from people at the White House tonight, because what we were hearing is, yes, this was a breakup that was predictable, but even people inside the White House did not see it going down like this and as fast as it happened today. I mean, the group chats inside the White House were just on fire today. People comparing it to a divorce, saying, yeah, we thought it was going to happen, but maybe not until the fall or in a few months. What have you been hearing from people tonight?
Yeah, my phone's been just absolutely blowing up. People inside the White House, people on the Hill. I mean, the divorce analogies are rampant right now. Look, it was the ferocity, how quickly this happened, and once he started going down the rabbit hole of the Epstein files, that's when the conversation with White House allies and people inside of the White House really changed. As I was communicating with folks all day, they were saying this is now going into crazy town. People were telling me that the president is concerned about Elon Musk's well-being, that you saw the reporting as we all did from the Times around the drug use. They didn't expect it to go quite in this direction. And at this point, earlier on, people were saying, look, they fight. These are two titans.
So let me ask y'all a question. Because it looks like they're really giving Trump an out. I thought these people hated Trump, but I guess they don't like Elon. I mean, I guess they like Trump more than they like Elon. So that's not surprising. But let me ask y'all a question, right? And let me see if it's me or if I'm tripping, right? It seems that they're instead of being like a ego thing, it seems like they're pointing more towards Elon's drug use. They're pointing more to Elon's drug use. You know what I'm saying? They're really trying to make Elon seem like he's like an unstable druggie, honestly. Like he's a political cluck. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, well, it's not his ego. It's because he's on drugs. And see, and actually doing drugs don't make it any better. And you know what's fucked up? You got Americans judging him for being on drugs when America's on drugs. Man, Americans are fucked up. A lot of Americans are sedated. You got other drug users judging other drug users for their drug use. Cynical. Diabolical. Somebody that got a big juicy blunt in their hand right now talking about some, man, fuck Elon. He a druggie. You know, there's a lot of places have that. You know, like that one cool guy that does drugs. People play favorites with that. They be like, "Oh, drugs are bad, depending on who does them, right?" Like, for example, they talk crazy about Michael Phelps, and in sports places and stuff like that, because doing drugs and being a part of sports, they make it seem like you on something heavy and shit like that. Like if somebody wanted to smoke weed or something like that, right? They tried to get Clarissa Shields up out of here recently. They do it with us, but everybody else is okay, right? You got other guys that's in the industries and stuff like that. What's his name? Was it Mad Saval or whatever? What's that dude's name? You got a lot of dudes from the UFC that does drugs. Hell, even in wrestling, Rob Van Dam was painted as a stoner, even though I think he was a real stoner. You had Rob Van Dam, So every so often, every couple of years, they try to bring out the likable pothead, Towley. I call it the Towley effect. And it's amazing. Hold on, y'all. Trying to get this thing ready. Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. All right, I got the second segments put together. My bad, y'all. I'm multitasking. These shows take a lot of energy, man. Catch up on the comments real quick. So, I don't know. And then they're gonna blame Trump for this. Oh, he got a high functioning druggie in the house, in the White House and stuff like that, but everybody forget there was a bag of cocaine found in the White House when Biden was there. Very suspicious. You said, I've always wondered why the left believe mandates on cars work, especially after COVID. We know the left have been trying to destroy normal cars for 50 years. Interesting. And great observation, by the way. Because that is true with like the certain, smog and emissions and certain things, yeah. Well, at least in the West, in America, I think smog and emissions are different in like Europe and in other places. That's why even like America had like a bunch of cars that you couldn't bring to the States. And then the only way to get them in the States is like after they turn like 20 something years old or something like that. I forgot what they call it. Doug DeMuro talks about it all the time, but you can start importing cars that, that normally wasn't allowed in the States. You know what I'm saying? But honestly, they really want you to use them for like car shows, and stuff like that. So, yeah. The West has really screwed over people in the gasoline car industry and stuff like that, and then they ran that whole Going Green campaign. That shit don't last, man. But agreed. He said, low-key, lefties been shitting on Elon for a minute. Well, see, it looked like with this little feud, they thought they had a friend, and then they now they're calling him pathetic now that he apologized. Imagine that they want somebody to stand on business. The irony. You said, War Master, it goes back to what I was saying earlier The left got slave master tendencies. They don't do businesses. They don't do businesses. They tax you. That's their profit. I agree. Because I think if you take, I don't know, it's weird. Like I don't know how to explain it. I tried to explain it earlier, but it's like if you follow the Democrats, right? They do business, but they do business backwards. Like somebody's always bankrolling something, and it's usually like their comrades or their friends. But for the most part, we're giving shit away. Like they have this weird thing that I see where like somebody's usually bankrolling something, but they're taking from the people, but they're using the person, if that person is like out there like that or not, to bankroll something. I don't know how to explain it. Like for example, George Soros and a couple of other people, they bankroll Black Lives Matter, but Black Lives Matter makes their money when somebody dies. You know, somebody dies or gets unsubscribed, mind you. So yeah, somebody put up money for it, but they're making their money off of the actual the death of certain people, you know. So yeah, the money got put up for it. Don't get me wrong. But initially, the somebody had to perish before that. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's like a weird way of doing business, and that's why I see why a lot of the Republicans don't like them, because it's like, no, you got to do business straight up. You know. All right, that's the way I could say it. Democrats use the middleman method a little too much, and that's always been known. Democrats use the middleman method a little bit too much. I gotta go find that quote that I showed y'all on the last show from Ronald Reagan. That shit was cold. Where he told that little girl, welcome to the Republican Party. I said, ooh, pressure. And it's funny that women fall for Democratic thought when women are actually Republican minded. Sort of, you know, capitalists, opportunists, all kinds of lists. Goes back to what I was saying. Yeah, for profit. Where's the other side? Whereas the other side stimulates business creation. Yeah. DM said most women are on some type of sedative. That's true. Yeah. America's on drugs, man. And they're not on regular drugs. They're on psychoactive drugs too. You know, just because it came over the counter, don't think it's psychoactive. They're more so on drugs for depressants. They're on depressants and antidepressants. And it's not to get them off, it's to cope. You don't win by curing the problem. You win by keeping it going. And they get the women first, because guess what? Those women got to give birth. So what's being passed on to the children? Right about that, DM. He said it becomes blatantly obvious to lefties during Biden. Yeah. Let alone the stimuli that you get from your phone and social media. Yeah. Dopamine hit. Elon is just a useful tech nerd amongst wolves. The reality is setting into him. Yeah. He's Trump is a pookie, man. Trump is a pookie compared to Elon. Elon is like the I'm not even gonna call Elon an educated lame. You know what it is? Let me give y'all the game. Let me give y'all the game. I'll say it to you like this, right? Everybody can be a gangster, right? Everybody could be a gangster, but when you're in certain rooms with other gangsters, you are the less gangster there. I'll put it that way. Because there's rooms that Elon can go into where he is straight up gangster. But if you put him around Trump and some other people and stuff like that, yeah, he kind of, yeah, you know. And that's what the news was saying. It's bad when the news got to say it. When the most richest meets the most powerful. So it's bad when NBC and all them other people are saying it, you know. It's like, damn. Overall, though, like I said, I still would take this over Kamala being in office. You know, she'd be drunk as a skunk right now, trying to address the nation of some shit she did. Where the hell would we be? I wish like shit was like a butterfly effect or like a Mandela effect or something that we could watch. Like, what would have happened if we went left or right? You know? War Master said, not the West. The left wants to destroy everything that works. Party says, I always thought when they used that climate change code for us, it was the people, not the weather. I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't want to say too much, but I'm from the DMV area, and, you know, Virginia is a part of the V. And if you know about the HAARP, you know about the you know, can't say too much. He said, like that nigga Vito Corleone, killed when he was young. Hence the way they slicing down of the government hit them so hard. You said, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's like, it's weird. It's weird. And black people don't turn Republican until they get some money. And half the time, you know what's fucked up? Black people really only turn Republican when they get some money to honestly really protect themselves from their family. That's what's left out. When black people get money and go to the league or something like that, bro, they turn Republican to protect themselves from their family. That gated community is to protect them from their family. Some more facts plus tax, y'all. Marie Warmaster said facts. Climate change, acid rain, ocean acidification, big word, and a whole host of other agendas to impoverish the citizens. My bad. America is on exotics. Yeah. Well, I showed y'all what Time Magazine said that what they want Americans to look like, you know, come 2050 and 2040 and stuff, you know. And that's why I told you guys to head over to hempforfitness.com, because that fentanyl, that shit ain't no joke. He said socialism is not for the socialists, it's for the people. Andrew Wilco. Dang. Party said word for word they offer you said word they offered my wife fentanyl when she gave birth. She was the only woman in the room not drugged up. She asked me why nobody is spazzing like me. Yeah, they try to sedate you and get you on that stuff. While women been given natural birth for a long time, you know. Shout outs to the simps and the stepfathers that get up all in in single mothers' backsides. Call me epidural. Not epidural, epidural. Shout outs to War Master. He said the left creates a problem and impoverish us with the solution. A bridge fell in Minnesota and politicians wanted more taxes as if insurance doesn't exist. Oh yeah. And you know what they do? They They for some reason they Chris G, call me Epidural. They I don't know why y'all put up with my shenanigans, y'all. They why do they try to pave the roads right before wintertime, y'all? Have y'all noticed that? They be trying to pave the roads right before wintertime before they put salt down and fuck the roads up some more. Why? Why? Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App as always. Shout outs to War Master for sponsoring the show. Please hit the like button, y'all. Keep the support coming. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio and contributing to the Xbox fund. I found an Xbox, like I said, for $300. I'm gonna be busting my ass this weekend. We're gonna try to put that money together. And I'm gonna it's in the backyard. It's right here in the city that I live. We're gonna run and grab an Xbox Series S. I'm gonna have 2 controllers, y'all. It's gonna be crazy. All right, it's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to War Master. Thank you so much. War Master says, I'm scared to read this. You said Kuda would have more. This is absolutely true. I will have more energy if I had an Xbox. I would not be worried about certain topics and stressing myself out covering some of the topics that we are about to get into in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I got you guys, all right? Thank you, War Master, for supporting the show. Let's keep the support going, y'all. I got more content cooked up for you guys. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this. Uh-oh. Did we go out and come back in? Okay, are we back? Lord have mercy. Are we back? Okay. Shout outs to everybody here. Hold on. I got you, War Master. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on, y'all. Shout outs to War Master. Let's get it.
I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to War Master. Supporting the show as always. Please hit the like button. Please hit the Cash App, y'all. Become a supporter, crack. Yeah. They are ruining politics right before our eyes, man. Politics is ruined. Politics is ruined. You said in the Western states, they don't use salt. Oh, they use salt. They use big flakes of salt, man. And the East Coast, yeah, they fuck up those streets, War Master. And you know what it does too? It creates sinkholes. You know, it creates sinkholes, y'all. Party said the last 2 days I spent in the hospital. You said it seems that women take C-section by default. A lot of women don't want to take the C-sections, but yeah, some of them do, man. I mean, some women, they want to bounce back. You know, I guess, you know, some women, their thing is to bounce back. You know, I don't know. A lot of women, they're different. You know, shout outs to the women that have their kids in the water. You know what I'm saying? They do the natural birth and stuff like that. Some women have their kids at home. You know, and then also too, your kids are supposed to be hooked up to the afterbirth for 2 days. You know, until it's dry, and then you cut it off. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, y'all got to be careful. You know, they be taking that afterbirth. There's a lot of minerals and nutrients that your child gets robbed of when they take them off the afterbirth early. You know, so some of these deformities, y'all, hey, you know. War Master said, I got about a dozen Xbox controller, three of them elites. I catch them like you said, I catch them like lice. Yeah, you got the upper echelon controllers. You got the stuff that you got to take to G4. War Master got the good shit. He got the controllers that got auto fire and rapid fire and stuff like that, you know. So those are pretty dope. You know, I actually still have one of the pictures in the tabs from one of the controllers that you said that you had. It was a yellow and black one. That shit looks sleek. You know. Yeah. I don't know, man. The Dave Chappelle show messed up a lot of people, y'all. You know, the Dave Chappelle show messed up a lot of people, man. Rick James said the Dave Chappelle show fucked them up. Little John said the Dave Chappelle show fucked them up. I'm pretty sure that the only person the Dave Chappelle show didn't fuck up was Diddy. Oddly enough. And it's funny, the only person, and maybe R. Kelly. Nah, but it messed up R. Kelly too. But that's the generations, y'all. They know they will. A lot of people will know the Dave Chappelle version of certain things before they know the actual real version of certain things. Yeah, South Park is brutal, you know. But see, South Park, it keeps a lot of people's reputation intact because, you know, people know it's a cartoon, you know, like The Simpsons and Family Guy, you know. UFO said they gave my ex-wife morphine after surgery. That's common. But yeah, morphine will fuck you up too. After surgery, and prescribed opiates for home recovery, which led to her pill addiction and eventually a deal breaker for me. Niggas know nothing about real life. Yeah, they'll get you on some bullshit. You did? You said they offered me pills for pain from being cut by a chainsaw once. You said told them to shove those pills up their ass. Some people are just weaker than others. Harsh reality. Yeah, those pills fuck up your kidneys and your liver and all that other stuff, you know? So, hey.
Was their clash. Sitting by his side today with the president there in the Oval, he said what he had been bottling up really for days now.
You saw a man who was very
shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in.
Happy when he stood behind the Oval desk. And even with a black eye, I said, do you want a little makeup? We'll get
even with a black eye.
Get you a little makeup. But he said, no, I don't think so, which is interesting. He's worn the hat. Trump was right about everything. And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it. But we have it with others, too. They leave and they wake up in the morning and the glamour's gone. The whole world is different and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it.
What's going on, Star P? Shout outs to Star Platinum in the building. Good to see you, brother. Hope all is well. Always good to see Star P in the building, man. Good to see you, man. War Master said, put a chick in it and make it lame. South Park roasting Kathleen Kennedy, CEO of Lucasfilm. Yeah. And that's been happening with these video games. Speaking of lames, that's what happened with these video games. The feminists been fucking these games over and stuff like that. I ain't gonna lie, if y'all go on Twitch or go to certain little comic book stores and Comic-Con and in certain places, there is a gamer girl feminist archetype. There really is one, but, and I say but, guys kind of really don't want them. And they only look bad when they're cosplaying. And there's a lot of irony in that, because a lot of women only look good when they're in a costume. That's crazy.
Contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it.
Even with a black eye.
Tesla's stock price took a massive hit after that. $150 billion in market value gone as the two were trading attacks today. According to Bloomberg, Elon Musk lost $34 billion today.
Damn.
That financial hit, though, does not seem to be enough for his critics in MAGA world.
This guy is all over the map. He's right. But he's emblematic of these oligarchs. All of them have the maturity of a 9-year-old, and they're dangerous. They're dangerous not just to the president of the United States. More importantly, they're dangerous to this republic and the citizens of this constitutional republic.
At one point, the president seemed to maybe be trying to cool things off. He said, quote, "I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done this months ago." And I'm told that allies of both the president and Musk were kind of caught in the middle of all of this today. They were quietly and delicately trying to broker peace between the two men behind the scenes. But those efforts were upended when Elon Musk wrote this. This was really kind of the end of that. He said, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not made public. Have a nice day, DJT." Now, I should note tonight, there's no...
He should have said boom at the end of it. Boom. But nah, man, he basically threw something out there that Trump already knew, and we already knew. It's like, okay, we've seen Trump hang out with Epstein, so... But what do y'all think people was harping on? You think there was more so harping on the fact that he says that's why they haven't been released? You think that's the part of the speech that got them, y'all? Oh, that's why it hasn't been released. They have been trying to find all kinds, like, where has Elon been? Like, they have been trying to find all kinds of shit on Trump. I think that was one of the first things they tried to try him for. You say he should have said, "Pyaw!" Pyaw! Right.
Evidence when it
of the Epstein files. That's when the conversation with White House allies and people inside of the White House really changed. As I was communicating with folks all day, they were saying this is now going into crazy town. People were telling me that the president is concerned about Elon Musk's well-being, that you saw the reporting as we all did from the time.
You can't tell Elon shit. That nigga gonna be harboring shit. Like, god damn, how do you remember that?
Times around the drug use, they didn't expect it to go quite in this direction. And at this point, earlier on, people were saying, look, they fight, these are too tight.
But you know what? You know what though? You said Elon been on Peter Thiel Mountain. This is the thing though, y'all. And correct me if I'm wrong. Like, when you when you get to that stage in your life, you're not just speaking for yourself, like you're speaking for a group of people and shit like that. You're speaking for a corporation of people. It's like, yeah, a lot of people that works with Trump, they don't like him, but they got a job to do, so it's like, okay, do I say something and interfere with my damn finances, or do I speak up for quote unquote what's right? Like, there's always got to be a level of corruption, somewhere, So it's like, I think he felt like he spoke up for like a bunch of people, and it's like, you're just saying stuff that people already knew. You know, you're saying stuff that people already knew. Like people already was trying to get Trump on the Epstein shit. Like it wasn't time to drop no big bomb. It's like, we knew that. Do you have evidence though? That's the big bomb. I'm not gonna lie, on some civilian shit, even if Trump was a civilian, that's some sabotagical shit. I think I made a new word, Toya. That's some sabotagical shit. Like that's some shit where it's like, bro, you can't come back from that. You know, you running around calling that man a PDF file. It's like, dang, dog. You get DP'd for some shit like that. You know? On Jesus Christ. Shit, in the name of this game, you get DP'd for some shit like that. Shit, even square niggas won't accept you back into the fold after that. Like, god damn. Elon Lamar. Yeah, say Trump. I heard you like him young. You better not ever go on Air Force One. Yeah. I think when he saw all of those, his whole stock shit plummet and people having their opinion, I think he was like, okay, yeah, I kind of choked the monkey a little too much, y'all.
Trump's part whatsoever, but his name was as somebody who knew Epstein. What is most important though is what people in the MAGAverse imagine what this list is to be, right? And this, they imagine, is a list of all the bad people who went to Epstein's Island and who, abused young women and did other criminal things.
Right,
and what people also believe
right,
is that list is made up of Trump's enemies normally, right? We see there's been many versions of this list that have circulated online.
They did this to themselves because it was the Trump orbit that amplified the conspiracy theories about Jeffrey Epstein's list and who was on it and what it meant about those people. And so for Elon Musk to say that is why that kind of takes this to this other level. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that there was wrongdoing. We don't know that.
And then you never know. You know, you got people behind the scenes like, hey, let me get in your ear, Elon. I'm going to show you a list that hasn't even dropped to the public yet. And then it's like a bullshit list. That shit is espionage, bro. That's like, somebody trying to act like they got like exclusive information, but really the information is to sabotage your relationship with somebody because they try to make it seem like, oh, this is a legit list. This list has been checked by all of these people for its legitimacy, and it checks out. So Elon probably thought he had some exclusive information, or saw some exclusive information not yet published yet on Trump or whatever. That's some jumping sides type shit. And that's crazy, man. It don't take you to be on the ops or the enemy side for somebody to jump sides on you in politics, which is wild. Politics as usual. So I'm pretty sure if Trump has him somewhere, shit. And let me tell y'all something like this. Elon is the type of person that'll say sorry and then do that shit again. So Trump gotta, shout outs to War Master with a 10-foot pole. Trump gotta probably deal with that, But like I said, it's better to have Elon on your side than not on your side. Yeah, unless they drop the actual files, they need to leave it alone. Exactly. Trump like, man, I got a country to run. He says somebody probably made him swallow his blood. Oh man. Get up out of there, party. Masonry.
No.
But the night so fast that almost no one in Congress could even.
No, I was gonna say that too, party. I was like, for all Trump could have probably planted that info to shit test. Yeah, they do stuff like that. Hey, go hang out with Elon for a couple of months, gain his trust, and then show him this damn list real quick and see what he says. You damn straight. Listen, once you learn not to put nothing past anybody, bro, life will be a lot easier, bro. Don't push it past no fucking body. You know? War Master said, still can't stand this broad. Epstein was a blackmailer. People make a lot of money extorting entertainers. Absolutely. Especially the Jihad community. That's one of the big parts of the El Gibbet is extortion. Extortion, you know? XXX extortion. Extortion is big business, y'all.
Read it. And quote, whatever, keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched. Very unfair. But ditch the mountain of disgusting pork in the bill.
Yeah, loyalty test. Yeah.
With the German chancellor sitting by his side today, with the president there in the Oval, he said what he had been bottling up really for days now.
Yeah, that's what I think. UFO. I think Elon lost a lot of man points. But I mean, shit. At least he apologized, whatever that means, you know. But yeah, Elon did lose a lot of man points, and probably redeemed a lot of man points, you know. Raven said one survivor from the crash. God damn. Is that survivor alive? Like, are they talking and or are they vegetable? You know, you said big part of the crown and the Musa. Yeah, absolutely.
Easy. Then came the threat that could really hurt. The president said the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. Tesla's stock price took a massive hit after that, $150 billion in market value gone as the two were trading attacks today. According to Bloomberg, Elon Musk lost $34 billion today. That financial hit, though, does not seem to be enough for his critics in the MAGA world.
That's a lot to lose, $34 billion. War Master said oils and gas subsidies don't go into large corporations, they go into small businesses.
This guy is all over the map. He's right. But he's emblematic of these oligarchs. All of them have the maturity of a 9-year-old, and they're dangerous. They're dangerous not just to the president of the United States. More importantly, they're dangerous to this republic and the citizens of this constitutional republic.
The funny part is that I don't think Democrats would have realized that they would have agreed with Trump as much as they do.
At one point, the president seemed to maybe be trying to cool things off. He said, quote, I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done this months ago. And I'm told that allies of both the president and Musk were kind of caught in the middle of all of this today. They were quietly and delicately trying to broker peace between the two men behind the scenes. But those efforts were upended when Elon Musk wrote this. This was really kind of the end of that. He said, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not made public. Have a nice day, DJT. Now, I should note tonight, there's no evidence when it comes to what this looks like in terms of the Epstein files beyond that. The White House says his bomb is an unfortunate episode. And several people familiar with what was happening behind the scenes described the Epstein tweet to me as the tipping point, though, in this relationship, now fearing that there is no going back. We have a full house of deeply sourced insiders to start us off on what is a remarkable day at the White House. CNN's Joni O'Sullivan and Brian Stelter, and also Politico's Dasha Burns and the Associated Press's Sungmin Kim. Dasha, I mean, I just want to know what you're hearing from people at the White House tonight, because what we were hearing is, yes, this was a breakup that was predictable, but even people inside the White House did not see it going down like this and as fast as it happened today. I mean, the group chats inside the White House were just on fire today. People comparing it to a divorce, saying, yeah, we thought it was going to happen, but maybe not until the fall or in a few months. What have you been hearing from people tonight?
Yeah, my phone's been just absolutely blowing up. People inside the White House, people on the Hill. I mean, the divorce analogies are rampant right now. Look, it was the ferocity, how quickly this happened, and once he started going down the rabbit hole of the Epstein files, that's when the conversation with White House allies and people inside of the White House really changed. As I was communicating with folks all day, they were saying this is now going into crazy town. People were telling me that the president is concerned about Elon Musk's well-being, that you saw the reporting as we all did from the Times around the drug use. They didn't expect it to go quite in this direction. And at this point, earlier on, people were saying, look, they fight. These are two titans. They're clashing, but they'll come back together. Now it seems like the hope for any sort of reconciliation is gone. And the goal is just to try to turn the temperature down here.
I mean, Seung-min, that's really the question here, is how you turn the temperature down when you have got these two major personalities, two alphas who are trying to essentially outdo one another in terms of inflicting harm, now that this relationship we're watching it totally implode.
Yeah, I mean, Elon Musk and Donald Trump hit each other where it hurts the most. They hit each other's egos. And for Elon Musk, Donald Trump really hit at his wallet. So it's really difficult to see what the two sides can do to at least even turn the temperature down a little. But this fight could have really serious actual consequences for President Trump's agenda. I was really fascinated by some of the early comments we were getting from Republican lawmakers on Capitol Hill about the impact on that so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. I mean, there's Ryan Zinke, Republican from Montana. He was Interior Secretary for President Trump in his first term, and he said that you have the richest man in the world and you have the most powerful man in the world going up against each other. It really can put the bill in serious jeopardy.
Unless money
and
don't mean
while
shit.
I'm a little bit skeptical about how much, I'm just a little skeptical at this point about how much power Elon Musk will have at this point. I think a lot of his power within the Republican Party comes from his proximity to Donald Trump, but it certainly doesn't help when the fate of the bill is already very much teetering on the edge.
Yeah. And Donnie, when it started out just, this policy fight on what was happening on Capitol Hill. Obviously, anyone who crosses Trump should expect to face his wrath. It was actually surprising how long he took to respond to Elon Musk. But on the Epstein files, I think just to properly convey to people who may not be on Twitter as much as you and I are, it is the lowest of the low insults to say to someone.
Now all of a sudden everybody's mad at Elon and shit like that. Look how fake these people are, man. Well, that's what happens, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at it like this, man. You get your resources and your bankroll depleted. Going up against Trump, man. That shit right there is crazy. That shit right there is crazy. Man, who are you coming in here? Hold on, Wiggly. Do I know you? Who are you coming in here demanding a StreamYard link? Let me see. Who is Wiggly? Yeah, you don't got no wrench, bro. Who are you? You said Elon was never an alpha. Money blinds people to seeing shit right. That, and also being a what you call it? The snake is eating his tail. Yeah, that and being a manager. I've seen just the management role of somebody or being the head director role of somebody. Money will reveal you. That's the fucked up part about money. Money will absolutely reveal you. You know what I'm saying? Money exposes you. Whatever the hell you are, money will amplify that, and it will change you too. And like Mace said, he said, yo, if money hasn't changed you yet, you haven't made enough. I said, damn, that makes sense. That makes sense. But nah, Elon is a cool dude. I think he's smart. I like Elon. I like Elon a lot. I think power corrupts. Yeah. But see, America is like a cool tricked out toy. I would say for Trump. You know what I'm saying? He's a rich dude. And power is something to be handled. You understand what I'm saying? I think I think Trump is you said Ouroboros. What do you mean, DM? I think Trump is comfortable with power. You know what I'm saying? Even though, people are trying to make it seem like he's a madman, but that's anybody with power. Is a madman. You know, you go look at Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar starts slamming everybody in the ring. Oh, he's a madman. Bobby Lashley. Oh, he's a madman. It's like, no, you're witnessing power move. That's what it really is. And yeah, being the president of the United States, yeah, that's a fuckload of power. Elon wouldn't be able to handle being the president of the United States. I think if we would have, okay, yeah, Ouroboros, yeah. It becomes a belt. It becomes that nope rope. The snake, that's a nope rope. A nope rope becomes a belt. Yeah. Ouroboros. What was I about to say? This goes to show that Elon can't be the president. You know what I'm saying? He would lash out or do something crazy and then boom. It's to the point right now that if Trump lashes out and does something, no one kind of cares. Or to a certain degree, people will come around and see what the hell he's talking about. Because recently, he just said that he struck a deal with the Chinese president. Where are the people reporting on that now? UFO said Elon folded from a social media beef. Trump took a bullet to the ear and didn't fold. They just built. Damn. Yeah. That was said. Immigrants can't be president. You're right. Yeah. Because I did ask you guys if Elon had dual citizenship and, how does that work and blah, blah, blah. All right. Let's go to the lies.
There is a really interesting.
Let's go to the lies channel, y'all. CNN says girls are smarter than boys because they go to college more, y'all. Let's get it. Player talk. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's go.
New York Times story that was out this week about boys, saying essentially boys have been behind in school, behind girls, and that starts way earlier, I think, than people presume. Back in kindergarten, it made me think about all the talk that we have about how men are feeling about this economy, about society, and the fact that they feel behind. And maybe it's starting way earlier. And all of you guys have boys, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got four of them, and I've lived through the kindergarten years with them in different ways. I had two that were going through that period during the COVID shutdown.
Yeah.
My oldest, actually, we went through the kindergarten first grade phase.
Agreed, War Master.
Discovered he had a learning difference.
Absolutely.
And so that was obviously leading to some difficulties in the classroom at grades where you don't expect that much anxiety in the classroom.
Yeah.
So I've witnessed this, I've lived it, I've experienced it, and my experience has been that school.
And CNN knows we're gonna react to this shit, right? CNN knows that we're going to react to this shit, right? So y'all wonder where some of this gender war shit starts from. But let's go.
Don't often find the correct way to instruct individual kinds of students, whether they have a learning difference, whether they have, whether it's just behavioral changes or differences between boys and girls. That schools are often trying to find a one-size-fits-all solution for groups of kids, when those solutions may not be best for everybody. And it's really then up to the parents to figure it out.
Yeah. Well, I completely agree with you. And I have a 10-year-old. He is on.
And this is not maturity, bro. Just because you outside in a nigga's face and all this is not maturity. Yes, boys want to be a Toys R Us kid. They want to hold on to their childhood a little bit longer. They want to play with toys. They want to hang out. They want to play video games. They want to form lasting relationships with their homeboys and shit like that. You dig what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Like really? Like, are you serious? just because they're not on, just because they're not, you know what I'm saying? They're not maturing and going on dates and throwing away their childhood so fast. Why y'all gotta treat them like that? Why do boys gotta get treated like that? Just because they're not maturing and going on dates and jumping on cocks and paws and all kinds of different stuff. Oh man, shout outs to Devin D. What's going on, man? Yeah, I gotta slow it down and pace it a little bit, man. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. He said, bruh, do you know how long it took me to catch up? Shout outs to Devin D coming through righteous, dropping the huge $15 on the Cash App. As always, hold on. Devin, I was playing this all last week. Hold on, I can't find it. Hold on. I was playing this all last week. I was like, bro, I need Devin D to pop up out of nowhere. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I got you, bro. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You know what I'm looking for, too. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, my God. I can't believe I can't find it. Hold on. And I was playing it all last week. Hold up. Shout outs to Devin D. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I know it's somewhere in here. Hold on. Going through the Rolodex. Hold on. I know it's somewhere in here. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Don't tell me I can't find it. Hold on. You know it's somewhere in here. Hold on. I feel it. I got too much. I'm sitting on too much videos, y'all. I'm sitting on too much clips. Oh my goodness. I can't find it. No. Hold on. No. Is this it? No, that's not it. Oh my goodness. Everything but what I'm looking for is coming up. Hold on, y'all. Oh my God, where is it? Oh, I can't find it. Oh man, hold on. It's somewhere around here. Hold on, let's do this real quick. Hold on. Hold up. Hold on, y'all. I can feel it. Oh my God, I can't find it. Hold on, no. What's this? Oh no, that's not it. Devin, know what the hell I'm talking about. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. God, it kicked me out. Yeah, I need to organize my clip. You know what I'm talking about with the yeah, the Diddy. No, it's on my other account, bro. Oh my God, I owe you one, Devin. I owe you one, bro. Yo, every time I see that clip, bro, dog, I get to laughing. That shit is funny as fuck. I can't believe I don't have it up here, man. Oh my God. That shit brings me to tears. And it's even more y'all have no idea. It's even more funny when Devin D's in the building, man. That shit is fucking hilarious. Oh man. All right, bro. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. Let's go.
Diddy
I got another one.
Ballsy. After a freak off with Cassie, he finds out she's sleeping with rapper Kid Cudi behind his back.
So you think you just gonna smash him and not let Pop watch? How big is it?
After blowing up Kid Cudi's car, they now meet face to face. Can our heroes prevent Diddy from covering the entire world in baby oil? Or could a new challenger arrive to save the planet?
Hey, Puff, you need to buy me a new Porsche. My money's gone. I haven't had a hit in years.
Hey, yo, next time y'all hook up, make sure you record it and send it to me, Daddy.
Wait, you're broke? Puff, please take me back.
Tell me something. Was both of y'all bodies just shining like some lip gloss?
We didn't use any baby oil.
Man, what? You can't do a freak off without baby oil.
Bro, you weird.
Says the dude who'll be wearing dresses. I'm surprised Tyler Perry hasn't cast you in his autobiography yet.
Just so you know, I was making a fashion statement.
Maybe you need to stop hanging out with Jaden Smith.
Puff, it's over. I'm done hooking up with all these men. Stop making me do exactly what I asked you for just because I wanted it.
Wait, so how many guys?
1,000.
Sometimes yes means no, okay?
I am so confused right now.
Cassie, wait. Don't leave me. You know I need a girl. I got that Tesla for you. Let's call Mr. Baby Leg over for an F.O.
Man, I'm tired of y'all toxic relationship. When are you gonna pay me back my
Hey, Playboy, you alright? Hey, just tell me this one thing. Did you have my girl's toes curling? Man, I wish I got to see that. 50? Man, what are you doing here?
Damn, Puff. I guess you won't be taking him shopping anytime soon.
Hey, let me get some of that vitamin water to recover from my next freak off.
There's no more baby oil for you, Puff.
Does the carpet match the drapes?
Oh my God. Shout outs to Devin D. Let's
More.
get it.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to Devin D. Nah, this is the thing though. And War Master hit it on the head right here. Pause. God damn, I can't say shit. War Master said, yes, yet boys grow up to be the men that make more money than women without going into indoctrination mills, aka college. Right. And then, fellas, what you gotta realize too is that you get the toys, the trinkets, and all the stuff that attracts women anyway in the end. Like, I don't know why people, like, can this study be done by people that have reached a significant age? Like, yes, women mature more than men. ... Socially. Of course, women mature more than men socially. They say, again, I listen, I'm not no stat in the hat ass nigga, but my stats and the stuff that I tell y'all checks out because I tell y'all stuff that you need to know. If you a stat in the hat ass nigga, you just know a lot of shit for the sake of knowing shit. And me too, but you just know more shit for the sake of knowing shit more than something that's actually applicable. You know what I'm saying? Or applicable, in real life. You just know a lot of numbers, knowing how much people have kids out of wedlock and all that other shit. Yeah, that's some cool shit to know, but are you contributing to that? Have you contributed to that? Half them stats goes away once you choose the right person. You know what I'm saying? You can kind of see what person out of the stats that you chose that's wrapped up in those statistics. But honestly, it's really choosing the right person. You understand what I'm saying? All of that shit goes away. Now, the stats that I be giving you is some shit you need to know. women do say 30,000 words compared to a man's 10,000 words. If that. We don't even say 10,000 words per day. A man can go. I'm pretty sure there's one day, fellas, in your life where you said that, you know what? I went the whole day and didn't say shit to nobody and was happy. Like, you ever went the whole day and didn't talk to nobody, didn't even open up your mouth, or as far as you notice, you just didn't talk to anybody, and you're fine. Now, you may not notice that you did that because guess what? As men, we speak to ourselves in our head, in our brain. You know, we talk to ourselves. We think. You know, when you're thinking, you hear a voice in your head. You know, it's not always bad. It's not always good. You know? Did you know some people don't hear this voice in their head? And they're walking NPCs. They're really walking, and if y'all don't know, NPC is a video game term for non-playable character. You know, so if y'all ever played like Grand Theft Auto and you just see people walking down the street, when you bump into them, they just spat out, you know, random, and that's AI, by the way, y'all. But they spat out, you know, random statements and stuff like that, but they're NPCs. They're just walking down the street. They're squares. They really don't have nothing to do and blah blah blah, you know. There's people that they don't think, and they're fine. They're okay. They're bots, honestly. And this is more common than people think. Did you know that Egyptians, and they probably could have done something better. This is probably a trade-off. You know, I'm not gonna say that it's not, but Egyptians didn't know that they could read in silence. You know, a lot of people, they put their fingers under the words and blurt out whatever they think it sounds like. You know, so a lot of people don't know how to use their brain or critical thinking. But the crazy part is now, once we got technology, we're going back into that. Don't you notice the thing that makes technology and the things that give technology its brain is taking away from your brain? You know, oh, we could just use ChatGPT and Google. Who needs to think? You know, thinking is for peasants. Like, bro, you think? You're just not aloof? And I get it. Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is absolutely 100% bliss. You know, it's bliss. But it's a bitch too. You know, who needs to think? You know, Erykah Badu and a couple of other artists and stuff, you know, they use that term. I don't know which person originated it, but it's like, think before it's illegal to. You know, think before it's illegal to think. Man, they don't even have to plant no seeds in your brain and all this other stuff. All them niggas got to do is create one Cerebro. One Cerebro will fuck up a human race. You know? Brainiac shit. Party said, girls always doing these reports. They do realize they're the majorities of teachers, right? But not even that, Party. Teachers do what they're told. I be teaching on the side, y'all. Teachers do what they're told. You know? Teachers do what they're told. Shout outs to everybody here also too. If you guys hit me up in the Discord. If you guys wanna go abroad and get like a cool little side job, or if you guys want a cool little side job now and y'all are tired of clicking them stupid ass links and stuff on YouTube and on Facebook and Instagram and stuff like that, y'all done clicked all them links and watch all those side hustle gigs and stuff like that, hit me up. I can show you guys how to get your TEFL for free. You get your TEFL for free, and I can show y'all how to get into a place and teach online. So if you want to go travel, you can teach online. Some of it works for me, but I'm pretty sure it'll work for you guys because you guys are US based. So hit me up for that information if you ever thought about becoming a teacher, or if you need a easy side, income from Japan or Taiwan or wherever, honestly, because this is one of the sites that I know. It is what it is. But hit me up on the side. I got you. We the bag team over here. So shout outs to everybody that supports the show. I'm gonna give back as we go. All right. You said we're immature when our attention isn't focused on. Man, say that one more time. We are immature when our focus isn't on them. You said they said not committing to one woman is immature. Right. How does that benefit me? Right. Yeah, I need to reorganize these clips, y'all. I need to sit down one day and just go through all of this shit. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. You said he took his baby mama shopping. 50. Yeah. You dig? You said they mature physically because they ready to pop out the babies. Right. Exactly. And then also too, it's the parents too. If you have a daughter, fellas, and your baby mama is bringing a whole bunch of men in the house and stuff like that, there is a masculine imbalance and stuff going on in the house, and y'all daughters start maturing a little faster especially when masculine energy is in the house that's not of the father. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, that brings attention to your daughter going through puberty, and let's just say all attention ain't good attention. Did I mention? All right, it's Player Talk Radio. I can't believe I can't find my pop filter for this fucking thing, man. You said remember. I remember when would make some BS saying men think about sex 20 times a day. Fuck out of here. Right. Actually, women are more fucked up behind sex than men. That's why I kept telling niggas that don't want to listen, that don't get women. Bro, if y'all kept it gangster and kept it a little bit solid and at least pretend to be a little bit more celibate, women will cave in a lot faster. I don't know why niggas is paying for coochie like that, but hey, man, the world is yours. Niggas paying for coochie and shit like that and then get mad as fuck. It's like you do know you can hold out a little bit longer than women can. They have a biological clock and all of this other shit going on and stuff like that, and women know this. Fuck a man, women know this. Men always think you trying to pull a fast one on them. You just try to pull a fast one on me. That's why I'm going to spend my money with a prostitute, Cuda. Okay. Good luck being in jail with butt pounding Eddie. Shit, nigga think he hurting me. Nigga, okay. Good luck being in jail with butt pounding Eddie. BPE. Good luck being in jail with Nasty Nate. Hopefully he thinks the same way you do. And don't take it out on you. Pause. Nigga think it's cool to go to jail for sex crimes and shit like that, and got the most to say about Diddy, man. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Don't fund your own peril, man. You said suddenly we grow up and suddenly regress and need all of these concessions and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, there's this thing where they say men aren't fully mature until they're like in their 40s and stuff like that, I kind of get the sentiment. But like, there's a barometer behind all of this matureness, You said I can go days without hardly talking to anyone. Right. Acquired knowledge versus applied knowledge. That's true. Right, War Master. You said I got to do what I got to do. Yeah, man. You said men's T levels go up and down depending on ranges of physical affection they receive. There's some truth to that too. The thing is, though, is that when you believe some of the shit that they put out there in Hollywood and stuff like that, you start craving sex more than you should really be having it or needed it for that matter. And you want to know, and shout outs to War Master for throwing that out there, because that's some real shit. You want to know why they put that? You want to know why they do that too? To men? It's to get you to spend money. Oh, yeah. It's to get you to spend money. When you start believing like, oh, I need it. I need sex. Every day. I need sex. Even as a player, bro, I've been out with women and stuff like that and just enjoying their company and shit. And I've went like a week or two without sex, and then it didn't even cross my mind. Even the women that I was dealing with at the time, they're like, "Hey, you wanna?" I'm like, "Nah, I'm good." Real players know about that too. You gotta checker that shit. Sometimes you come over a woman's house that you like and stuff like that. Yeah, y'all could fuck around one day. But every time you come over there, you don't have to have sex. This is what makes a lot of men a mystery to women, because she thinks that y'all are about to have sex and then you don't. And then now she backed up 2 days. Now she extra revved up. Y'all ever done that before? Like you checker it and it's like a day when you come over her crib and it's like, oh, for sure, I know she gonna want to do something, but you like, no. You don't even spend the night. You just leave, You leave later on that night and like, yeah, I gotta go do something. I gotta go catch a play. I gotta, you got an excuse to, Women like that. You want their mind a little bit more. That's the problem with niggas now. Niggas done lost the art of foreplay. Women don't even think about them and stuff like that. Like, it used to be a point. You ever heard guys, and maybe you guys have said it once in a time. I think every guy has said it. Oh, man, if I smash, she gonna be mine type shit. Boy. Fast forward to 2025. You don't gotta smash for some woman to be yours. You can do all kinds. You can Lexington Steel a bitch. You can do a whole bunch of different stuff, right? And blow that woman's mind, and it don't mean nothing. She'll still go off with the next nigga. We in that era. You said going home isn't foreplay. Oh, yes, it is. If you tease her and you go home and you're on her brain and stuff like that, some women will though. Some women won't call another dude because they want you. They want you in particular. A lot of women, to a certain degree than men, are better at handling their options. You know what I'm saying? Some women are more militant with handling their options, and yes, it is foreplay. If she's if that dude's on if you get her revved up and you're on her mind and all kinds of stuff, and she daydreaming about you next day at work and all kinds of other stuff, man, by the time the next time you're gonna see that woman, she's gonna jump your bones. She's gonna jump the hell out of your bones. Yes, it is. See, that's what I'm trying to say. You got some players here that done got to certain levels of foreplay and all kinds of stuff. Other dudes haven't even trailblazed. That's why I tell you guys to really pay attention to some of the game that I'm dropping, because I don't got, just like Trump and the beautiful bill, I don't got time to sit here and explain all of this shit to you. Just soak up the game, dog, and sharpen up your tools and your gambits and your tackle box, your repertoire, man. Because foreplay is taking your ass home is absolutely foreplay. You know, in a respectful manner. You know, it's called a takeaway. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all get hip. It's called a takeaway. You did? Ghostman Kang said, these girls got another buck on speed dial, Kuda. That shit don't work no more. Yeah, but you know what? I don't even give a fuck. Listen, like on some player shit, I don't give a fuck about the women that got another buck on speed dial. You understand what I'm saying? Because that woman will stay on the phone with you or on FaceTime with you or something like that for the rest of the night, even though she didn't get none. And she'll be kind of talking like, whoopty whoop. And, the woman that called the other young buck, I'm going to tell you the truth. It don't even matter if it's somebody that you smashing, not necessarily your girl, but if it's somebody that you dating or you smashing, factor that into the equation, right? But don't factor yourself out. So think of it like this. When she calls another quote unquote young buck, that's just another nigga to disappoint her. Cause you may have her revved up beyond belief. You know, you wind that woman up and then some goofball comes in after you with some whack ass dick. Oh, she gonna be on your ass even harder. Pause. So it didn't even matter that she had another nigga, you know? That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, bro. You gotta be a potent motherfucker. I got a 3rd degree black belt in this shit. You gotta be a potent motherfucker that she can't even practice hypergamy right. Go ahead, call the next nigga. I don't give a fuck. I mean, especially if it's somebody that you're dating, you know? I mean, in another scenario, yeah, you might have to cut her off. But if it's somebody that you're dating or, you know, y'all done, you know, messed around from time to time, yeah, you a part of that rotation. Go ahead. Call another nigga to come up there and disappoint your ass. Because you'll be surprised. Women will be with a whole nother nigga, but be thinking about a whole nother nigga. This the battle of the bulge, my nigga. You won the mind. The body will follow. You know? So it don't, you know, I don't give a damn who she called. You know? She can call JJ Wentworth, you know? I don't give a fuck. You did? I'm not worried about the next man. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. He said, I've always believed that men should always be ready for sex. That doesn't mean that you should always be having sex. Absolutely. That's why I was very shocked when I was talking about some real shit in these spaces. And I was like, y'all niggas don't have condoms in y'all wallet. Y'all just don't carry, like, you got men that's walking around and they don't carry around condoms. So if a woman was gonna choose on them right now, this nigga would have to stop at the 7-Eleven or wherever the hell he going to go get some women and stuff like that, some condoms and stuff like that and shit. I'm like, dang, you know, I remember when I was a teenager, my mother was already hip. She's like, this nigga. She starts sneaking condoms and shit in my pants and shit. I'm like, I'm thinking that shit candy. I'm like, oh shit, this is a fucking lifestyle. Like, where the hell she get this from? You know? She already knew what was up, you know. She's just, you know, when you get to a certain age, you know, they don't even, she didn't have the birds and the bees conversation with me, but I for sure had condoms and shit all over the damn place. You know, you have to always have a condom on you. As a man, keep a condom on you. Some of y'all too be wondering why y'all don't have luck. Y'all just never just pack a condom with you and be like, shit, I might get some tonight. Fuck it. Y'all just don't have condoms on you. The fucked up part. And shout outs to the fathers and stuff like that. And shout outs to the smart women. Women be having condoms on them in their purse and just walking around with one. Women that know they about to go fuck. It's funny that women don't forget to take a condom with them, but men do. Ain't that something? Have y'all noticed that? Men don't be having condoms on them. That shit crazy, man. That shit will instill confidence in you, you know, even as a young man. That shit instilled some confidence in me that I can't undo. You know, it's like, oh, okay, shit. You know what? She right. Something might happen. You never know. You know, like I tell dudes, you don't have to spend money on women, but it's stupid to be around women without money. You know, especially in certain settings. You know, you said foreplay is sexual activities that happen before sex. Laugh out loud. Key words before sex. Okay, so you did not hear me say that when you go home, she's extra revved up. That's still before sex, especially if she backed up a couple of sessions that she think that she's owed. Women have entitlement issues. When they want to have sex, they want to have sex. When you deny them that, it don't sit right with them. That can be used against them as foreplay. Do it a couple of times. It's very potent. It's very potent. And if you niggas know that you're going to go over her house and you can't stick to the script before and leave, let me tell y'all something too. Sometimes y'all don't understand because a lot of niggas are out here tricking and y'all don't get sex. So let me give y'all some other game. Sometimes go on the date without not wanting to have sex. You take that off the table. Some of y'all dudes should go on dates without not wanting sex. Take that shit off the table. You want to know why? Because guess what? If you don't go looking for shit, people magically give you the shit you're looking for. And if you can't control yourself because it's new territory or you're familiar with this woman, beat off before you go out on a date. If you know you're going to go over her house and you know you're going to deny her sex, already get your nut before you go there. Yes, and foreplay doesn't mean keywords before sex. You can make a woman orgasm by touching her. Touch. And you don't have to touch her vagina. Just simply tantric touch. This shit is a lost art in 2025. That's why dudes are lost, you know? And then to a certain degree, how lost in some of the stuff that I have to explain to dudes, I'm not even gonna lie, fellas. Some of what's being said about women being more mature than men is correct. In other areas. But see, if you're a thinking man and you're a real player and you real, you know, that shit don't matter. That shit don't matter. I don't give a fuck if a woman's smarter than me. So go read your Bible. God talked to Adam. There's no parts in the Bible that God talked to Eve at all. And you want to know what else? I think the only time he talked to Eve was when he was kicking her ass out of the Garden of Eden. Anyway, let me play this and catch up with the comments. It's player talk.
On the spectrum. And what I have loved about the public school we're in is there is that individual attention.
Are you in Nest?
But But what's interesting is even when he was young, like preschool, there was this mantra from teachers and just other parents, boys develop later than girls.
Yes. Oh, I mean, I see this with my friends all the time. Yeah.
And they use it to sort of explain.
And then let me tell you how goofy this is. Boys develop later than girls. Fellas, I'm tired of having to explain this, and this is no knock against women, because it is what it is. But women are theoretically incomplete. You are a complete being. When you're born as a young boy, you are already developed. The only next time you have to develop is after puberty, and that's it. You are a complete being. Every baby in a woman's womb, because females are internal creatures, obviously. You don't have an external. Never mind. Every baby that's in the womb of a woman is female. And when it completes its cycle, it turns to male. That's what the XY chromosome is. You are already born complete. Every baby is a female. It's the sex assigned to that kid is female. When you complete your When you complete your cycle, that's when you turn into a male. Okay? So you are already born complete. Women are incomplete when they're born. Then they go through puberty, and that's as complete as they're going to get. Men are born complete, and then they super complete themselves damn near after they hit puberty, because now you're producing life and life force. Your testosterone and all of that stuff is getting put on a different level. The same thing with the woman and her hormones. But women, they get drained because they lose. You know, losing blood drains you. Women lose blood. Go look at the symptoms when women are on their period. Lighthead, stomach hurt, tired, miserable. I'd be miserable too. Thank God I'm a man. I hate to say it, until it comes together, it creates a miracle. But a man produces life, a woman produces death. Sperm is life, blood is death. But when it comes together, it's a miracle. A baby, a testament of both what you guys have. Okay? So it's not shocking that women are socially more advanced than men. But let's go.
Lane, like, well, girls are already more mature.
And hold on, and let me stop it right there. Because we already got this figured out. I don't know why this whole, well, you know, women are more mature. We don't take into account that women are psychologically frozen at a certain age. Women become psychologically frozen at a certain age. You have some 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds. You have some 50-year-olds, 16-year-olds. You have some 30-year-old, 14-year-old. So yes, women peak earlier, and then they stay stuck in that age. That's why, and I hate to say this, ladies, that's why after 25, really it's 23 nowadays, but after 25, you can't mold no woman after no damn 25. You got to give them grace. Since she was 15, she's stuck in her ways at 25. Whatever, at 25, hey, bro. And sometimes that's cool because, you know, she's already done, she done went through all those phases and stuff like that. She's more reasonable and stuff like that. You can fall in love after 25. Nothing wrong with that. But after 25, you ain't changing no woman because she had 10 years, at least a whole decade of her own shit. And she not really about to change up herself for just dudes like that. As a matter of fact, women take pride in staying the way they are. Women are opportunists. It's either you gonna shit or get up off the pot. A lot of women have the mindset of, okay, it's either deal or no deal. You either put up with what I'm bringing to the table, or I'll go find somebody that does that, whether if I'm gonna respect them or not. Because women aren't really gonna change like that. But if she really likes you, she'll make an exception. She'll compromise a little bit if she really likes you. But after 25, bro, there ain't that much molding you can do to a woman. She already pre-built. Okay? You said her anticipating having sex with you isn't foreplay. I'm anticipating having sex tonight. I'm not having foreplay. Actually, a woman anticipating having sex with you in her mind is absolutely foreplay because she's projecting what it will be like, and she's projecting that onto you. It got nothing to do with you. You're thinking as a man, as a woman. You're not taking yourself out of a man's shoes and thinking about where a woman is coming from. Okay? As a man, if you know what you're doing and you're a player and you know what the fuck you're talking about, you will know that women think completely different from you, and you know that she's already projecting all of this out. You just got to oblige. That's all you have to do as a man. You already know how women think and how they think, so you're a couple steps ahead of them. There's a difference between a man playing pool and a man playing billiards. Okay? You may not be thinking about projecting about how it's going to be like and all this other stuff and play that role and scenario out in your head a lot. But guess what? She is. And being a player, you know that about women, so you oblige to that. That's some real player shit that I'm putting you on to. And then on top of that, see, I got to put dudes on to game because they don't understand the fucking game. You know, fellas, when you meet a woman, you know what you can do? You can hijack their mind and you don't even realize it. What am I talking about, Kuda? Oh, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. For example, you can tell a woman a scenario. You know what I'm saying? This is called future projection. We use this all the time in pickup. This is called future projection. So you're talking to her about something, and it's funny because you can just bring something up like celebrities and what's going on in the celebrity world. So, for example, you could play around with a woman and be like, yo, did you see what happened with Halle and DDG? And she gonna be like, oh, yeah, I saw what happened and blah, blah, blah. And you'd be like, oh, what's your thoughts on that? Or if she don't know about Halle and DDG, you could tell her what's going on and ask her what's her thoughts on that, right? And then you can jokingly, playingly say, all right, put me in a scenario. Let's do this. Let's have an example. Let's say me and you are married. You just tell her, me and you are married. This is just an example. Let's just say you're my wife and me and you are married and stuff like that. And this happened and stuff like that. Would you start acting like Halle? And you're playing around with her. But the thing is that what's going on in her mind, how women communicate, what she's receiving is, even if she don't like you like that, or she's on the, you know, or whatever, or she's gonna play because they try to have a poker face like, I don't want to think like that. But guess what? You're future projecting onto her as if you guys are in a relationship, and you're getting her to think about how would she handle that situation, whether she gonna lie or not. Another thing too, like when I talk to certain women and let's say I want to take them out on a date or go somewhere, it's like, okay, yeah, me and you, we're going to go get pizza in the future and stuff like that. You put things out as a command. And they think like that. A man has no idea how a woman thinks. That's why I try to tell y'all, female psychology and male psychology is completely different. Even to the fact that you're trying to tell me what's foreplay and what's not foreplay, you're telling me this shit based on how you communicate to a man. Whereas you would have softened it up or changed up your position a little bit and how you say certain things when you're trying to tell a woman what foreplay is or explain foreplay to a woman and stuff like that. So you're talking as a man. You're not talking as women. You're not communicating in a language that women will receive the message. What I'm telling you and what I'm doing and what I said I would do is absolutely 100%, 1,000% foreplay to women. Somebody that has entitlement issues, believing that they're going to get some and they're rarely ever told no, is now 10 times more fond of you because guess what? You can hold out on it. She becomes the man that she told the internet is desperate now. She's like, damn, I need it, and I need it from you. Women are more particular. What I'm telling you is coming from a place of abundance. You don't have to fuck a bitch every time the opportunity presents itself. This is coming from a place of abundance. Abundance. Okay? I don't need to sleep with even if I'm interested in her, I don't need to sleep with her every single time. This is why a lot of guys don't realize how they don't have control over a situation. Let go. When you let go of something, you'll have control over it. You dig? You said niggas got condom that expired 5 years ago in his wallet. Right. What's going on, LT man? Shout outs to LT man in the place to be. Yes, sir. Shout outs to LT man said, "Is this candy?" Yeah, I thought it was candy, man. I thought it was candy, man. You know, or a balloon. Right, right, right. You said, "Nah, raw is war." That's crazy as hell. You dig? Hey, and look, sometimes too, this was another thing that we used in pickup. Sometimes too, when you go to get your wallet or go to reach something, or you know, or do something like in your glove compartment or something, if a woman sees a condom in there, this subconsciously plants the seed in their head of sex. You know, it's like, oh, it's a condom. But at least I know he's protecting himself. You know. Hey, that's another thing too, War Master. That's some real game right there. Y'all pay attention to what War Master said. Yeah, never trust another woman with your condom or a condom, because they do poke holes in them shits. You dig? You said single moms always find a way to poke to pull my condom off mid sex. Listen, tell her, look, man. She a single mother and she got that needle put in her back. Call me epidural, because I'm going to take your back down, baby. Call me epidural. You got to say it like that, though. You dig? You said, damn, condom been sitting in his wallet for so long. It made a ring in a permanent ring in the wallet. Yeah, hell yeah. Man, listen, phone sex, all kinds of stuff. Women are interesting creatures when you know how to really do your thing, you know? Women are not, listen, they're not complicated once you know what to do. They try to pretend like, oh my God, he doesn't know where their clitoris is and all this other shit. Like, man, shut up. Once you know all their hot spots, girl, you're golden. And I'm not even gonna lie. Once you understand woman as a man, as you, with your personality and stuff like that, they're very fascinating. They're very fascinating. Especially when you know what you're doing. You said smart women enjoy mind games much more. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the man that just will go home, he don't have to fuck every single time, he knows his worth. That's why I said checker it up. What I mean by checker it up, one day white, one day black, one day sex, one day no sex, one day sex, one day girlfriend, one day sex, one day girlfriend, one day you gotta checker it up. So she you know, she can't read you as much. A lot of y'all dudes are readable. And this is stuff that you got to use to keep women that you want. I'm not saying do this with just straight up hoes and stuff like that, even though it would benefit you to do this with women that you're dealing with, so you'll get a little bit of practice and shit like that. That's the problem. Y'all be trying to get that practice in on the women that you should keep instead of the women that's gonna come and go. Y'all not sitting up there utilizing your options correctly. That's why I gotta say I respect women and shit like that. Because while y'all niggas are over here arguing with me about starter bitches and all kinds of other shit, women are running through starter niggas and learning how to really get that shit out the way when they start getting a real man and shit like that. Y'all niggas are up here. That's why, to a certain degree, this is true. Women are more mature than men. You know? If a chick ever told me we're not having sex, it would make the mission to get her I would make it a mission to get her excited. I would make her go home with, yeah, exactly. Start torturing them with their own rhetoric and shit like that. Most of the women that's gonna fuck you is gonna tell you we're not having sex. It's called a shit test. You said they left unsaid what maturity is, aka whatever they think they can use to put men down. Absolutely. Maturity is on a case-by-case basis. That's true. You said that's why the vetting concept in the space. That's why the vetting concept in the space. It's funny. No need to vet. You need to be an observer. This is very, very true. but you need to know what you're observing too. So what it really is though, party, is that you have to know how to take in data and what to do with the data that you're taking in. Because this is the same thing that I tell men. Men be asking women all these goofy dating questions and shit like that, and don't even know why they're asking them these questions. They don't know what to put with these questions. Women will be looking for a follow-up. Like, okay, why is he asking me what's my favorite color? Is he gonna tell me something profound about my favorite color being this color, or is he just aimlessly throwing shit at the wall hoping something can stick? Women know when you're aimlessly throwing shit at the wall hoping something can stick. And they get to see women play with their food all the time. They get to see how men act and conduct themselves for pussy they not even gonna get. They get to see how men act and conduct themselves for pussy they not even gonna get. So if you don't know how to keep it cool, or to keep your head together, or to not sell yourself short, she has every right not to sleep with you. That's why dudes will be mad when women shit test them and stuff like that. I anticipate women to shit test men. That's what else are they gonna do? I can't blame a woman for shit testing a dude. Now I can blame her how she go about shit testing a dude. But listen, I anticipate the shit test. You know. I'm not changing the definition of words. That's literally foreplay. That's literally foreplay. I wholeheartedly agree with that, DM. This space literally exposed a lot to me about men. And also, too, it's crazy when you try to help brothers, or actually have helped brothers with their situations, because the fucked up part is that you can see a bit of you in them. But they can't see that. And you're like, bro, just listen to what I'm telling you and execute. Trust me, in hindsight, in the future, we're going to have the same conversation, and you're going to have a completely different set of lenses, you know? And maybe more appreciative, you know? And you know, I would say, I'm like, man, it's my pleasure. That's what I'm here for, to help men. Attract more goofy dudes and real brothers trying to learn. So knowing more about men and the dating game and stuff like that is not necessarily going to attract more women. It's going to attract more dudes to a certain degree, and haters. Application of the knowledge that you have of the dating game, on the other hand, is something completely different. Action will attract more women than just knowledge. This is why dudes that don't know half the shit of what y'all know are attracting women. This is why dudes that just, like, instead of being, and women will call them stoic and think these guys are like the most confident guys in the world, when they're really not. They're just quiet dudes. You know? Sometimes you just sit there and be quiet. That's good, because guess what? Women will sit there and project everything onto y'all's situation and stuff like that. That's why women hate dudes that tell the truth to a certain degree. Women hate dudes that tell the truth if you're not articulate and you don't have a mouthpiece. But it's better for you to be quiet, because the thing is that if you tell the truth and you're not articulate or have a mouthpiece or don't have no type of tact, what will happen is she'll be attracted to you. And the thing is that you will become more real to her, and the projection that she has on you, it'll sabotage that, because you won't shut the fuck up. And the thing is that, you know, they don't even really get mad at you for that, because you're not the first dude around them to do that. They get mad at you is that you deprive them of projecting what they want onto you. They get mad at you. Remember how I told you earlier, a woman will get mad at you because you got mad at her? That's what they do to themselves. Women gaslight themselves. So knowing this, you can force the gaslight. You can gaslight the draws off a bitch. What I'm saying is, they will be mad at you not for the reasons even why you think they're mad at you. They will be mad at you because you deprived them the opportunity to even project what they want to project onto you. Or you proved them to be wrong of what they projected onto you. Women want the luxury of being able to project shit onto you. Some women that really like you know damn well they gave you more credit than men in their lives trying. Some women are man. Ooh, I'm cooking today, bro. Man, y'all hit the Cash App, support the show. I'm really giving y'all the gems, man. It's to be sold, not told, man. But I am so bold. I'm telling you, bro. They be listen. You can tell around this motherfucker who knows women and who don't. You can just tell. You can tell because a man that really knows and that's refined it over the years, he gonna say it in a way where it's not really gonna make sense to men, but it's gonna be like a medium thing. It's like I can see how that makes sense to women, even though I know logically it don't make sense to men. Women aren't logical like that. Actually, women are logical like that, but when it comes to certain things, they're not. So I'm gonna say it to men in a way where it's like, hey, bro, this is how you kind of have to look at it because this is how she looks at it. You know, there's a difference. If y'all want to know what I'm talking about, there's a book y'all can go buy by was it John Green or John Gray or whatever? What's his name? I forgot, but it's this old book and he breaks it down in a better way than I can. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember when I was a young player and I always wondered about it. And it made a lot of sense the way he broke it down. Because let me tell y'all something. Believe it or not, a lot of simps, you can learn a lot from a fucking simp. A player can learn a lot from a fucking simp. Like what not to do, how he may come off, how he may look. A lot of times you got simps that are players. They just don't know how to flip the game. And a lot of those women around them, aside from pity sex, would fuck with them. But they just don't know how to flip the switch. But you can go get this book called Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus. And in that book, he actually breaks down the real differences. Like when a man says something, what the woman actually hears. And you really gotta mix that up in your gumbo. Shout outs to Ism. You really gotta mix that up in your gumbo and put that into the equation when dealing with women. What you say versus what they hear. Because they don't hear what you say. They hear something else. So it's like adjectives and stuff like that. It's like, and it's also like, you know, restructuring a question differently, you know? And then also too, women hear things as sentences. You know what I'm saying? So if a guy looks at a woman and says, hey, I love you, in her head, it's like it's bouncing onto her. So how her mind takes it is like he's saying that he loves you. Like the dialogue in a woman's head is like a fucking story. It really is. That's why women love a good story. This why women love lies. People love lies, but women in particular, they love when people lie to them. Because when I'm giving y'all some real good game. This some neurology right here. When they hear what you're saying to them in their head, it's like a story. Aw, he's saying he likes you. Aw, he brought you some flowers. Any man that a woman likes is he automatically to her. Or your name. You want to know how you attract a bunch of women? Even if they don't like you or they can't stand you or they don't want you? You got to make one phrase go off into that woman's head. Because it's going to go off in her head whether she likes you or hates you. You want to know what that phrase is? One of the craziest phrases that you could ever make go off in a woman's head to attract her to you is at some point make that woman say to herself, who does this guy think he is? This is some real shit. If you make those words go off in a woman's head, I swear to God, you got her attention, and good, bad, right, or wrong doesn't matter to her. When she's arguing with a nigga that she can't stand, and her mind is, who does this guy think she is? He is. She gonna engage with him. When she likes the fuck out of you, in her mind, she's gonna think, you know what? Who does this guy think he is? Same question, said differently. And you see how that is said in a third person? That's why sometimes you got to treat women in a third person scenario. Because guess what? They look at themselves in a third person scenario. Come on now. Women have a second soul. That's why they're bipolar. Bipolar people have no choice but to look at themselves in a third person scenario. Men, you do it too. You just logically somebody hasn't broken it down to you and explained. I'm giving y'all too much gems though. You know, I'm the epicenter of a lot of shit that y'all hear and hear around, heard and hear around here. My enemies listen to me and bite my shit and run back to their channels and regurgitate what I said, but try to do it in their own way. Some of them they don't even give a fuck. Y'all know how I have a certain way with words, right? So sometimes they just say it the same way I said it. Nobody heard nobody speak like this before, you know. Thank you, DM. DM says, Kuda, you have the patience of a saint. You got to a certain degree, but I ain't gonna lie. The older I get, my patience be running thin because I've already waited. You know what I'm saying? You dig? You said all of this is unseen shit, so it don't make sense if you approach it literally. Absolutely, and that's why the irony is that's why you approach it literally. You know. Real players in the building, man. Real players in the building. That's why I'm so glad, like, to a certain degree, I don't have to super go out of my way to explain what's already understood to a lot of real players and stuff like that. Because that's what I'm trying to find anyway, you know? I'm trying to tap in with real players, man. Like I said, it's a treat when players meet, but it's much more respect when they truly connect. You dig? You said women create fantasies around how you first met. And absolutely. And this is what happens in relationships because people are their representatives before they get to know other people, you know? So this is how people can get better. People talk to the representative and then you get to know somebody and they get better. And you're going to start wanting things other than sex. If you have that mindset of, oh, sex, we'll get to that later. What's your name? Man, listen, man, listen. All kinds of draws. Sex don't mean shit, honestly, bro. Sex, when you are blessed with an abundance of sex, bro, you do not even chase it, bro. You turn it away. Sex don't mean shit. You know, some days it does. Don't get me wrong. You know, but come on now. I just share the raw truth about myself, and women gravitate towards it. Yeah, if you're really good about articulating yourself and you have a mouthpiece, you can tell the truth all day. You know, or if you're blunt, because some women like to be shocked. They like to be, oop, you know, they like to be shocked. You know, so you know, but it's something that's learned. You know what I'm saying? Confidence is a repeated action, and the thing about men is that we have to learn how to be ourselves. Over and over again. The advertisement industry is specifically for women. Absolutely. Shout outs to Devin D. Yeah, y'all hit the Cash App. Support the show, y'all. Really dropping this knowledge as we go. Knowledge you can't get in college, man. I intentionally seek to destroy any gold-plated bullshit fantasy. Yeah. Honestly, that was another thing too. That was another way during pickup how I got a lot of women. I went looking for rejection. You know. The Chicago says every man's interaction with women is different. Some men just don't have to work as hard as others. Absolutely. If you're not a good-looking guy, you have no idea how his intentions with women, his interactions with women go. Well, I know how it goes. You know, I've seen a lot of things. I've seen a lot of things the average man hasn't seen. I've seen a lot of abnormal things that the average man hasn't seen. So when I try to take this game and bring it back to modern man, I'm not going to be believed of the things that I've saw. I've been in a privileged position to see and do a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? I've been in a super privileged position. So I know how a lot of interactions would go. And what you said is what I just explained. Some women give some men more credit out the gate just because. A woman that is hell to another man is an angel to another man. You know? And I'm talking about aside from acting. I'm talking about aside from acting, because some women are putting up an act. Some women that are held to other men will be held to another man once that veil is gone. But that same woman that's held to one man could be another man's sweet angel and wouldn't think about being horrible to him. You know, because certain men command certain things, and not even certain women give certain men certain privileges and stuff like that. And it's a lot, you know, it's a lot. You said if you're a broke guy, you have no idea how rich guys' interaction with women goes compared to yours. That's cap. That's cap. That's super cap. You could, if you're a broke dude, you can absolutely tell how a rich man's interactions with women will go, and vice versa. That's not a good barometer. Money is not a good barometer. Money has never been a good barometer. Because a lot of y'all niggas think that you could pay for a woman's submissiveness, and you can't. Sometimes it may work a little bit. Some years it won't. If she genuinely don't respect you, she don't respect you. And first of all, you shouldn't have to pay for that. And even she knows that. And number one, that's why you have a lot of people talking goofy on these podcasts, right? Where they're like, oh, a rich man is going to cheat on you too. Bitch, a broke man going to cheat on you also. At the end of the day, I don't know what money has to do with any of this shit. Money can only be a tool to enhance the quality of y'all lives. Whatever is going to happen between you and that motherfucker is going to happen between you and that motherfucker. And it don't got shit to do with money. Money can make it faster and money can make it slower. Again, money is a tool. Money reveals you. Okay? Yeah, you got to really know yourself. You did? A lot of women like fat guys. I know a fat nigga with plenty of game. Fat niggas got hella game. Make that bitch laugh. Listen, fat niggas got you gonna run into the right fat nigga. Being fat don't mean shit to women. I know a lot of women that like them big bear niggas. Cool, you dig? Don't sleep on the fat nigga. A fat nigga know where the food at. Women love food. Being fat was a sign of being wealthy. Keep playing, man. Y'all gotta stop feeding into some of these stereotypes, man. You said I was 17 years old, broke, and living in the projects with my sister for about a year, and had chicks on Section 8 offer. Man, yeah, man. And especially broke dudes, all they have is time to spend with women. That's what women really want, honestly. Your time. Chick hit me with the rejection nail in the coffin. Yeah, that shit crazy. But once you take rejection off the table and stuff like that, and that woman genuinely knows that, she gonna stick around to try to sit there and reject you. And honestly, a lot of them will find themselves attracted to you because rejection ain't a deal breaker to you. You know, rejection got to not be a deal breaker to you. You know, there's a lot of things that you can take off the table as a man that will show up in your demeanor that's not a deal breaker. You said guys of all backgrounds and shapes and sizes have date. You said only person not worth listening to is the one with no experience. That is very true. That is very true. Yeah, and money is a tool, y'all. Yeah, a lot of rich men have problems with women. That's why y'all go look at these dating coaches, Steve the Dean and all these other people and stuff like that. Man, rich people pay them niggas for coaching and shit like that. Absolutely. Cause they're around women all the time, and they're dealing with women at the top. And let me tell y'all something, man. Them games get played at the top. You are not safe when you are rich. You are a sitting duck when you are rich, and everybody knows it. You know what I'm saying? You are a sitting fucking duck. This is why regular women come back into style after a while. You go get you a regular chick. And let me give y'all, and let me tell y'all why a lot of rich men don't succeed when they go get the regular chick and get played the same way. Don't hold your money over her head. It's hard not to feed into your ego. When you get a regular woman so you won't get played, do not hold money over your head, over her head. And live modestly. You know, live modestly. Live modestly. Like, what I'm saying by live modestly is you don't have to have no big ass crib. You don't have to plunge them into a lifestyle they're not ready for. You can have a great fucking relationship and ease her into the lifestyle. You know? And let me tell y'all something. Teach her things. Okay, yeah, if you're going to be around the house and stuff like that, well, look, I'm going to get you into bookkeeping. You're going to do some bookkeeping for one of my businesses. You got to give her a task. You got to give her something to do. A woman that ain't got shit to do will fuck off a good situation. The idle mind is a devil's playground. Adam didn't know how to handle Eve. But let's go.
Boys are developmentally behind. And I think it's something we all just like buy and accept.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that that's like the best message.
Well, the truth is, the school system from top to bottom is ran by mostly women. A bunch of feminists and misandrists that don't like boys.
That's the thing. If you're a rich man with all that money, that woman is looking at all the shit you got as a playground. So you need to have a controlled playground that can pace her, because it's easy to give a woman what she wants and turn her into a tyrant. And ladies, shout outs to my ladies here. Let me give y'all some game, because you already know this, but you might not have heard it this way. And you got this from your brother Kuda. Please support the show also. If you give a lame nigga pussy, or you hype up a nigga that don't get pussy, or a dude that had no business dealing with you, which you really have no business dealing with him, you can turn his dumb ass into a tyrant also. And you've seen it. Because you literally become unattracted once he start talking a certain type of way. It's like, nigga, I saw you pre and post pussy. That's not you. Man, I dropped gems. Let's get this player talk.
In the first place. So the boys are treated different. On top of that, they're expected to behave like girls. And when the boys don't behave like the girls,
right, new,
they single them out as problem children. They don't have the same patience or attention given to them in the classroom. So yes, because of this, they are likely to fall behind, but that's done intentionally.
I have a girl. I don't have a boy. But I will say, like, my daughter is very, like, for her age.
Literally, I'm biased, so I'm going to say, yes, my daughter is advanced. Everybody thinks their kid is advanced, unless undoubtedly your kid is dumb as fuck. I'm just saying.
Age is very developed. And by compare, I have friends who have boys, and they're not really on the same level.
You can see
and
it.
you can see it. But the difference to me with
I know some boys that are smart as fuck. And the kid is only smart as the tools that you put in their hands. Stop judging fish on stop judging fish on their ability to climb a tree, man.
Is like, maybe that's true, but maybe it is also true that kids, boys and girls, in kindergarten and in preschool need to spend more time being kids.
Playing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And and by the time they get to a place where they need to be academic, they have learned to learn the way that they learn best when they're young, which is by play. And that's not really happening.
Right. There are a couple of things I would say about that. Yeah, I have one boy, Stokely, who is, I call him Man. He's my best friend in the entire world. 6.5 years old. And I know that we all have that type of admiration. So there are a few things that I would say. One, culturally, as you pointed out, there are some stigmas in place that just aren't applicable in 2025 anymore. the way that boys deal with emotion, and the way that boys will be boys, for example, that you hear that all the time. Oh, boys will be boys, or they develop slower. I mean, we just have to break out of those norms. And even more as someone who's raising a black boy in this country,
But see, this is the thing. A lot of those women raise their daughters to a point that when their daughters become teenagers, they really got to slow them down, and they can't. And some of their boys, it's to a point that, all right, he really got to be a grown man, but you got to speed him up. So innately in the black community, they overraise their daughters and they slow down their sons. Ask me how I know.
For me, it's filling that house with love every single day. It's ensuring that he knows his value and self-worth. But it's also understanding that, culturally, there are a lot of black men in particular who do not allow boys to show emotion. So allowing Stokely to do that.
This isn't just about feelings and emotions. It's about a deliberate effort to reshape how boys think, speak, and behave, pushing them away from their natural identity. The real issue is the subtle but powerful programming that encourages boys to conform to traits and behaviors traditionally associated with girls.
Right.
It's this kind of influence that's undermining the development of boys across America.
But all of that ties into what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It ties into those trends. And so I think we have to do a better job, Democrats, Republicans, white, black, whatever, of allowing these young boys to grow up into men. And we are failing at that.
Nah, the truth is, Bakari and the Democrats, they want the boys to grow up to be women. Yeah, they're pushing trends on boys.
Individual, to Scott's point, the individual part is so important.
So
because
important.
boys will be boys. That's another generalization.
Yep.
My boy doesn't want a rough house like
Right.
the other boys.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Because of his learning differences and neurodivergence, he doesn't interpret that as friendly play. He is really
That's
put
true,
off
you
by
have
that.
both.
And so I think all the stereotypes around how boys are and girls are should be challenged so that we're talking about, well, that's how this kid is. And it's different from how this kid is.
Well, this is getting pushed all the way up the educational spectrum. So, you get to the university level, there are more girls than boys in American universities. And this was a conversation around HBCUs at places like Howard University, way more girls than boys.
Way more.
But what's the real outcome? Sure, more women are going to college, but many of them graduate with useless degrees that offer limited earning potential and leave them with crushing student debt. Meanwhile, a significant number of men who skip college pursue trades or start businesses. And despite not having degrees, these men often earn more and they're able to build a higher net worth because they're not burdened by six-figure student debt. So while it is true that more women are enrolling in college, that statistic is largely symbolic and it doesn't necessarily translate to higher income or greater financial stability.
So it's starting in kindergarten, and by the time you get to college, you have way more college-educated women than men.
I would be remiss.
That
though,
has
Abby,
economic impacts.
I would be remiss if I didn't. My son goes to a public school, and we dare not mention where it is because Scott, Essie, John, and Abby, we all live in this crazy environment where you should not say where your kid goes to school. But I'm sure Scott does this. I'm sure we all do this. We find ourselves proverbially stepping in the gap for, particularly me, other parents who are not there. For other, there are a lot of children in my community that don't have a father figure, right? And so you find yourself leaning into that. And so when you talk about things like that, that's not taboo to say. That's not something we should not talk about.
And let's talk about why so many kids grow up without a father. It's largely the result of feminism and government policies that encourage women to shut fathers out, promoting the idea that they didn't need a man. These influences push the normalization of single-parent and broken homes rather than supporting building strong, stable families. Instead of encouraging responsibility and thoughtful choices around relationships and reproduction, the culture shifted towards prioritizing personal freedom and short-term gratification. The result? Men choosing the wrong women and women choosing the wrong men, going solely off feelings, resulting in fewer solid foundations and more families falling apart. That's what led us here.
There are a lot of men, black men in particular, for various reasons culturally, who are not in the home. And you have to be willing to talk about that and tackle that. And so I find myself having that discussion of how I lean into being there because, yeah, individualism matters, but there are also these cultural issues that matter too.
And this is also an issue very close to my heart as the father of a boy who goes to public school in New York City, in Harlem. And this is how it was when I was a kid. The girls were ahead. The girls had their act together more. I think this is how it is on most levels of society. Yeah. At some point, the men control it all. The women have their act together more. I found this story interesting because I just thought, well, the girls are ahead. Maybe that's just how we develop, and people are freaking out because it's supposed to be boys. But we have to acknowledge that boys don't develop and grow and learn the same way that girls do. Yeah. And as we become more empathetic and more understanding of children and the brain, we can go ahead and try alternative forms of learning because young men need love. And if we want an America where adult men can give love, we need to give extra love to boys right now. If we don't, they're going to get cast aside and the internet will raise them.
That's such a good point.
Because too late. How about too late?
Because I mean, you talked, Bakari, about stereotypes, but I do think we have to acknowledge that it's more than stereotypes. Like we understand that men's brains and women's brains develop differently at different stages. You know, especially in their early 20s, that boys just need more time for their brains to fully develop.
And another thing, if we're all supposed to agree with her that women are more advanced than men at the same age, then we need to drop the argument that girls and young women in their teens and 20s are being taken advantage of by boys and young men their age. That narrative doesn't hold up. If women are truly so far ahead developmentally, then wouldn't that mean it's the young women taking advantage of young men? You can't claim to be more mature, more advanced, and more developed, yet also...
That is very true, UFO. I remember that when Dennis Sperling had the delete Pookie era. Obsidian had one also. I saw Obsidian on Keep It 100 show. I might see if I can get Obsidian on this show, but I saw him on the Keep It 100 show. So keep It 100. He's Manosphere now. I remember when he first got here. So is Keep It 100? He was saying that he's Red Pill, and that he's trying to defend the Red Pill. He's Red Pill now. When did he become Red Pill? A lot of people taking up for the cause, I guess. He said these are supposed to be the experts. Right. CNN.
Claim to be outsmarted or manipulated by the very people you say you're ahead of.
So some of that is happening. And I think the question then becomes, what are we as a society doing? Are we then taking that reality and then saying, well, that means that you're just going to be behind forever? And I think that is really that's really the issue.
So one thing that, if I had any advice for parents, is that if someone in your educational journey ever tells you, you know what, they'll grow out of it.
Yeah.
But that's some real shit. And I've been saying that for years too, UFO Kamikaze. It's like, okay, if Pookie is broke and all this other shit, it's like, okay, then why do you want Pookie's woman? You know? Why do you want Pookie's women? Why is Pookie's women on your conquest list? And if you have money, you can have her. So what's the point? They still got to compete with Pookie. Most dudes in these spaces are already Pookies or aspiring Pookies. They're more closer to Pookie than anything else. No, the funny part is, I'm gonna tell you the truth. With this Manosphere shit, these dudes that be lying, trying to claim like they're educated lames, nobody in the real world looks at them like that. Nobody in the real world looks at them like that. It don't even matter if you're a damn attorney. You're still a Pookie to them. So the only people that they got to convince that they're educated lames is other black men. You're not an educated lame amongst other white men or Asian men or other men. You said Keep It 100 never said he wasn't Manosphere. No, I'm saying Red Pill. I saw him defending the Red Pill. I'm like, when did he become Red Pill? I remember when he first got here, so I'm wondering, like, okay, when did he become red pill? Like, what happened? What's the story behind that? That's interesting. Like, what made him want to defend being red pill? You know, he sounded like he was taking up a mantle. Okay, because I remember when he first got here, he was calling people lames and all kinds of shit too. And then sooner or later, he just like a lot of these guys, they become red pill. Same thing with Anton. Same thing with a lot of dudes. You know, so okay. I remember Steve the Dean was talking crazy about red pill people one time. You know, because he still thinks that it's like MGTOW and all this other shit, right? And I needed to screenshot it. Maybe I do have a screenshot laying around or something. But I remember one time he tried to brand his channel as red pill. And I'm like, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. All the shit you was talking, no, bro. It didn't work though. He did it for like a day or two. You said once you see it, you can't unsee it. You just act like it isn't there. Right. Or you know what you do, party? You turn Cypher. You go Cypher. I know this steak isn't real, but damn it, I wish it was. God damn it. You dig? Shit, being red pill is knowing that Pookie can take your bitch. Get better bitches. You know? No, he was calling dudes lame that was in the red pill. You know what I'm saying? Y'all red pill niggas, y'all some incels, blah, 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 stuff like that. It's like, no. Address it, you know. Some of the dudes here are lames and stuff like that. Don't put that on the red pill and then turn around and call yourself red pill later. That's what a lot of dudes was doing. Anton did the same thing. A lot of these dudes did the same thing. It's just that when their content goes sour and they're in these dating spaces and stuff like that and they're hearing all of these talking points, then they grift over to the red pill. So that's why I be wondering, when did people start claiming red pill? Like Anton. Where did Anton start claiming red pill? I kind of understood. A lot of these dudes have to wait till bitches fuck them over before they start claiming red pill in front of a whole audience and stuff like that. Whereas if they were in their regular lives, they would still be on simp. They would still be on simp time or whatever. So be lucky. They glad that they got people like us around that can fucking change their fucking life. You know, they got to get embarrassed in front of their peer group of niggas before they become red pill. You know, but in real life, they would have stayed on that bullshit, you know? You said their issue is they know money can't buy them natural attraction from women and cry in the car about it. Yeah. But see, I get it when you get older, you know, as a man, if you like, hey, look, my money can buy me 10 years of cooperation. I'm only going to live 8. So here you go, baby. Let's go out with a blast, you know? Like, tricking is an old man's game, you dig? You said, is the pool boy a Pookie? Ask Tom Brady. Right. Look at Cassie. Look at Cassie. Cassie done ran off with the personal trainer. You say, yeah, he called specific names, though. I'm on DRDF time. What you mean? What you mean, new? But I remember him doing that, and people was on his ass. What you mean? I think he out there where you at in Vegas, right? And shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Let's get it.
Do not listen to this advice. Yeah. We were told that.
Right.
It's not necessarily true. Probably not true. Don't necessarily just continue to punt conversations in your own household about what's going on. If we had done that, we would have missed significant amounts of time in getting learning differences corrected.
Right.
And so, but I unfortunately think that is sometimes the default in some educational situations. You know what? They'll grow out of it. Yep. And maybe some do, some don't. And if you let that sort of dictate your course of action, it may not turn out the way you want.
Well, and that's a story of resources as well. Yeah. Like public school, we are so lucky. We have an incredible public school system that, you know, identifies these challenges very early tailors curriculum to each individual student.
No,
that's a public school. That is not every public school.
Yeah. Right.
And a matter of resources.
No, and it's fucked up because they're trying to do these little studies now. You know how much black boys, just for no fucking reason, has been calmed and fucked over? These black boys, for no reason, they put on Ritalin. They put these black kids on Ritalin. You know how much Ritalin alone has fucked up black boys that had a lot of energy that could have got put into sports? Some of the greatest athletes we'll never get to see because of Ritalin.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Oh yeah, I got you, New. Nah, yeah, and it's not to go at he did some fugazi shit, but it's not to go at what's his name, not to go at Keep It 100. I'm just saying, I've seen people come in here saying one thing, and then I guess when the content goes left, they turn into something else, in general, and it's not just him. It's Anton. It's a lot of people. A lot of the women come in the same way. We've been here for a long time, New. You know what I'm talking about. We've seen it. You said a lot of these young boys know it too. That's why they turn LGBTQ. They say girls get more attention. Yeah, and they want that attention too. Even now, I heard for him to stay out of jail, NBA YoungBoy got to take his medicine. That nigga got a knot on his forehead from a helmet or some shit that he was wearing for his braces and shit. So, they put the black boys on Ritalin all the time.
And resources matter when you're talking about, too few teachers to students, and that's when you get he'll grow out of it because I don't have time to really deal with the issue.
Ultimately, the issue is complex and multifaceted, but at its core, it stems from feminism and the way boys and men are treated in America. There's a clear agenda to soften boys, to feminize them, shame masculinity, categorizing it as toxic, and then conditioning them to suppress their masculinity. The goal seems to be to turn them into passive, easily controlled individuals who submit to.
And y'all got to be careful out here. And like I said, I tell players, man, if it has an apple, it has a banana, my nigga. The surgery that's going on nowadays, this conversation is too late. We've been had this conversation. And it took pink pill lessons. Shout outs to her. It took pink pill lessons. Shout outs to the sisters that's really rocking with this game. It took pink pill lessons to talk about this shit. We've been talking about this, right? Y'all better make sure some of these women that y'all are dealing with are biological women. That's why I'm telling y'all, listen. The surgery and stuff that these people are doing nowadays, the witchcraft, some of y'all niggas that don't know shit about women and having hard times with women, you need not be running around here. You can be a stepdaddy. Fuck it. You need not to be running around here talking about some single mothers and blah, blah, blah. Some of them are savable, bro. Do your homework. Some of them are savable. Fuck it. I'll be little Billy's dad anyway. Some of these older niggas that haven't had kids in their 30s, yeah, you can get you with a little single mother and still get the young family that you quote unquote missed out on. You dig what I'm saying? You can still get your family on the back end. But what I'm saying is that, listen, if you don't know shit about women and shit like that, don't be down to no damn single mothers, bro. You better make sure that tree can bear fruit. The future that we going into, you better make sure that tree can bear fruit, my nigga. No kidnap.
Feminine energy. But I digress. That's all I got on this. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this below. Special thank you to Rob P. I appreciate you, Rob, for all of your support for the channel, as well as Dark Power and Charles H. You can show your support as well. The link to PayPal is below.
Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to Pink Book Lessons. It's Player Talk Radio. You said when I was a forestry supervisor, the company owner's wife let me drive her Audi. Oh yeah, I remember you were telling me, yeah, the Audi and the Supra. Yeah. Yeah. Shout outs to LT man. LT man, took us to a car show on the last show, man, and we were looking at Supras. It was like 3 different types of Supras out there. That shit was cool. Shout outs to LT man. I saw him in here earlier. Chicago in the building. Listen, y'all, make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Make sure you head over, okay, to hemp4fitness.com. All right. Take that ass over to hemp4fitness.com. Let me see. I had it saved here. Hold on. Right here at shop for hemp4fitness.com. Go to hemp4fitness.com. Click that you're 18 and up. They got something for everybody. You heard? And there's something there for everybody, man. Go check out their vapes. Go check out the tinctures. Go check out the gummies and stuff like that. Some of y'all are at work falling asleep and shit like that, man. Go get you some of them gummies. They'll never know. Just don't be too hot with it. You know what I'm saying? If you came in from the gym and your back is on fire, go get you some of them CBD oils. If your deodorant ain't cutting it, sometimes it's because, you know what I'm saying, it's your diet and stuff like that. So regulate your eating habits. They got deodorant over there also. You know what I'm saying? Where you guys can, they got deodorant over there also too, where you guys can get, natural supplements to put in your pores and stuff like that, man. Go look at your deodorant. It says aluminum on it. A lot of these deodorants got aluminum and all kinds of stuff, man. So other than spread the wealth, I got to spread the health. So head over to hemp4fitness.com, man. There's something over there for everybody. If you want to eat better, if you want to work out, if you want to heal, you know what I'm saying, and regulate yourself, hell yeah. I think also, too, if I'm not mistaken, LT Man said they got kratom over there. Get your hands on some of that kratom, okay? Get your hands on something healthy and stuff like that. Put the burger down for about a week and go fix your body a little bit. You dig what I'm saying? Introduce the good stuff to your system, and guess what? You can eat burgers for as long as you want. You dig? So shout outs to everybody that hit the like button. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to be back later on today. I'm going to just study real quick, go get some water. Thank you guys for looking out for the cookout. This whole weekend, make sure you guys hit the like button, man. We are saving up to get us an Xbox Series S. And we're going to do more live streams, We're going to do some video game live streams. And while it's playing in the background, I'm just going to be sitting here talking, and do some more exclusive stuff. And those shows are going to be, open questions. So if you guys want to learn or find out about something or just kick back and, have some, nostalgic conversations, man, come through. I'm going to go back to, if I'm blessed, I'm going to go back to doing cigar shows, lighting up a cigar and just kicking it with you guys. We need a little bit more man time, dog. Stay away from some of these relationship conversations, bro. They're frying some of y'all brains. These people are repeating us, trying to sound like us. These are some new people. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're frying up your brains and whatever is left of it. You know what I'm saying? Stay away from some of these shows and these topics and stuff like that. They're not like us. They're not like us. A lot of these people are new here anyway. Don't know what the hell they talking about. You dig what I'm trying to say? Some of these niggas haven't been a threat since 2007. So just take that shit with a grain of salt, bro. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. I'm going to see you guys on the next one. It's Player Talk. Peace.
I was fucked up. I hit rock bottom. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now.